Vice President of Student Affairs, Charlie Andrews. Thank you for joining us at South Bay Kia Field at Pinnacle Stadium for tonight's game.
Welcome to Florida International University for our stadium guidelines and fan.
It's time to crank up some football. Bethune-Cookman Wildcat Sports is on the air. Head coach Raymond Woody Jr. has the Wildcats fired up and ready to go.
It's all about the technique, fundamentals, attention to detail.
The players are locked in.
The standard, being smart, fast, physical, and aggressive, that's something that we live by every day.
And the crowd is on their feet.
It's go time.
It's time to send it to the field with the voice of the Wildcats, Mike Torello, on the CatEye Radio Network.
Founded in 1965, Florida International University did not initially sponsor a football team. In fact, it would take 37 years until 2002 until the Panthers, or Golden Panthers as they were then known, would finally take to the gridiron. After two convincing home wins against St. Peter's and Butler, and then a road loss to Elon, FIU would finally make the short trip to Fort Lauderdale to play a neutral site game against a small school from Daytona Beach named Bethune-Cookman. FIU, playing in their 4th competitive game in program history, were no match for the then nationally ranked Wildcats, and BCC took a 31-0 thrashing back with them up Interstate 95. The next year, in 2003, the Maroon and Gold would play Florida International on campus for the first time, and although the score was closer, improved to 2-0 over FIU with a 24-14 win. The Wildcats and the Panthers would not lock horns again for another decade. In 2013, with the Panthers now an FBS squad, the Wildcats would once again show no mercy, toppling FIU 34-14 to notch their first FBS win in school history. The final act of this story comes 12 months later, in 2014. As a heavy underdog, Bethune-Cookman once again went down south and came up with a win, this time stopping a last-second Panthers field goal to try and notch to second and final, to this point, FBS win, 14-12. Another decade has passed, and as the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats and FIU Panthers prepare to lock horns again on the gridiron, one question remains. Can the Wildcats shock the world again? Live from South Bay Kia Field at Pitbull Stadium on the campus of Florida International University in Miami. This evening's presentation of Bethune-Cookman University football on CatEye Network Radio and 1380 WELE The Cat is on the air. Hello and a very warm welcome. My name is Michael Torello. Happy to have your company as the Maroon and Gold begin their 102nd season of playing football. Former BCU player Johnny Vickers will join me in the booth to break down all the action. But in the pregame show, we have also former BCU player Daryl Natil joining me to break things down. Daryl, it's great to be back. It's another year of BCU football and at a place that has been a happy hunting ground for the Wildcats down the years.
The Cats have fared well. You know, I got a bad voice, but the Cats have fared well down here in Miami. The Cats looking to get back on the winning track right here in Miami. A new ball club for the Wildcats bring in, 50 new players on the side of FIU, a familiar coach, and Coach Willie Simmons, former FAMU coach. So the Cats come in, new offensive coordinator, great game plan. Let's see how the Cats fare tonight.
We're also live on the booth cam. If you're watching us on YouTube, we're bringing the booth cam from baseball to football. It'll be at every game throughout the season. As Bethune-Cookman begins year 3 under the stewardship of head coach Raymond Woody Jr., questions abound and the seat heats up. After going 3-9 in 2023 and 2-10 last year, including a loss to Division II Clark Atlanta, the BCU fan base is looking for significant improvement in 2025. The big talking point in the lead-up to the season is continuity. After the departure of offensive coordinator Joe Gerbino to Colgate, Coach Woody decided to promote from within, tabbing last season's running back coach Dante Pimpleton to OC status for 2025. That's not to say there were no new additions to the coaching staff this season, as Keith Tobridge joins the team from Purdue to handle the tight ends, and Pat Brown fills the gap at running back coach. Brown most recently coached at Abilene Christian in Texas, but his ties to Daytona Beach run deep, as he played wide receiver for BCU in the early 2010s and also served as the head coach for local Seabreeze High School from 2019 to 2022. I caught up with Coach Raymond Woody Jr. to talk about the offseason changes and preview the Week 1 trip to FIU. And we're here with Coach Raymond Woody Jr. here on the CatEye Network pregame show as the Wildcats get set to take on the FIU Panthers here in Week 1. Coach, it's finally game week after a long off season. How you feeling?
Feeling great. I mean, you know, the guys are practicing hard. You know, they're doing what we asked them to do, and we're really excited.
It feels like for the first time since you've been here, there's a lot of continuity, a lot of the skill positions, wide receiver, quarterback, defensive backs. How does that help you having multiple seasons with the same guys?
Well, you know, what we said before coming in here, we're going to get the right guys, you know, for what we're doing at BCU, you know, getting younger guys, having them grow and play together, just like you said, develop continuity.
You had a hole to fill at offensive coordinator this offseason with the departure of Joe Gerbino, and you decided to promote from within, with Coach Pimpleton coming in as now the offensive coordinator. What spurred that decision to promote from within rather than go out and try and find an offensive coordinator?
Well, basically, you know, our system is not that much different, and you know, the timing of it was best for the team, you know, so we can keep the same, you know, basically terminology, just like you said, so the continuity is there.
We've got FIU week 1 down in Miami, and a familiar face with Coach Willie on the other side, after former coach at Florida A&M. What have you seen this week, and how you're looking to attack the Panthers?
Well, like I said, they have 50 new players. We don't know what to expect, but it's all about blocking and tackling and just basically doing our job. We know what coach is all about, based on when he was at the other school. But right now, he's in a new role, and like I said, we're just going to go in and play disciplined ball.
We talked about the continuity, but who are some new players that fans should watch out for this season?
Well, I know right now, we got, Timmy McClain. He's pushing at the quarterback position, and for him, he's been real consistent, in what we're doing. Marquise Johnson, who transferred from Montana State. He's a guy that's been showing, flashes, and then also at the receivers position, Josh Evans.
All right, Coach, good luck this week. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
As I mentioned in the previous segment, continuity is a big talking point coming into the season, as most of the starting roster returns on both sides of the ball. Starting with the offense, signal caller Cam Ransom is back for his final season of eligibility. He became the 4th BCU quarterback since 2015 to pass for at least 1,800 yards and rush for 100 in a single season last year. Ransom will be pushed for playing time by another redshirt senior, former UCF, USF, and Arkansas State quarterback Timmy McClain, who is actually listed at the top of the 2-deep this week. All of last year's top pass catchers returned to the squad this year, including leading receiver Malik Huggins, along with Lorenzo Kent guard Zoe Jenkins, and local product Javon Bun Bun Ross. A significant change has come to the running back room after the departure of breakout freshman Dennis Palmer to Troy University in Alabama. Marquis Johnson, a former All-Big Sky performer at Montana State, will lead the line in the backfield, with Ole Miss transfer Alhaja Ali Scott Jr. right behind him. Don't discount another promising freshman runner as Juan Chino Rodriguez arrives with a lot of hype from Miami Norland High School. The biggest offensive question in my mind coming into the year is, can the offensive line stay healthy and improve enough to give the offensive skill players a chance to shine? Injuries decimated that unit in 2024. At times, BCU was starting 4 freshmen on the O-line. Most of the same names returned from last year, but where will the production come from? Taking all that into account, Darryl, what are you looking for on offense this season from the Wildcats?
First of all, I'm looking for the offensive line, like you said, to keep that continuity. We got 17 offensive linemen now. When Coach Woody came, we had 7. So right now, the balanced attack of the running game with our new running backs, with Amari coming over from Montana State, and you got a balanced attack with your great receivers. So look for the Cats to have a balanced run and pass.
I talked about the offensive line. How important is it for them to have a better year than they did last year?
It's absolutely 100% important that they protect the quarterback and make those holds for the running back so that we can keep the defense off the field and keep them rested and move the chains.
I know you're high on some of the younger wide receivers. You love to talk about Bun Bun Ross and Lorenzo Jenkins. How is it important for them to have a good season?
Bun Bun has to get off fast. Last year he came in heralded out of DeLand High School, and he really didn't play as well as he wanted to. Jenkins comes in from Pitt, looked very well, but Malik called himself Rick Ross. He's the man. He's the man that can go up top.
Let's talk about the defense. This was a defense that last year was bottom 5 in the FCS in rushing yards per game against. And yes, injuries decimated that side of the ball. You lost your leading tackler in week 1. You lost, Raymond Woody III was in and out of the lineup. He was your best tackler. What does they need to do to get better this year? And of course, there's a lot of new names on defense, and we'll touch on that in a second.
Well, what we've done, we've shored up our linebackers. We got a pretty good size at linebacker right now. Our defensive line with Mr. Adrian Hall coming back, and you're going to see a different type of scheme than we saw last season.
It's mostly returners on the defensive side of the ball as well, but not as many from last year's team, as rotational players from 2024 have been thrust into the starting roles to begin the season. I sat down with A.J. Hall, defensive lineman, to talk about the defense for 2025. I'm now joined by A.J. Hall here on the CatEye Network pregame show as we get ready for week 1 against Florida International down in Miami. A.J., you're coming off a year last year. You're one of the team's returning leading tacklers this year. Does that put any pressure on you to step up and kind of lead the new blood on the team?
I say it really won't put no pressure on me. I just feel like it's a consistency thing.
So just carrying on from last year, just want to be more consistent and just gain on what I did last year. I ain't looking at the last year's stats. I ain't looking at what we did last year. It's just really being consistent as a whole team, and not as just myself, but as the whole team with the coaching staff, just being consistent. That's what it's really all about.
The run defense at times last year struggled. What has been the emphasis in camp to try and shore that up?
Really, the big emphasis and the differences I've seen from last year to now is really just the linebackers just knowing what the D-line got, the D-line knowing what the linebackers got, just really just having gap sound to be gap control, just really knowing what's your fit and what's your responsibility, and just do your job and execute it.
There's a lot of continuity on the team this year, a lot of players returning from last year's team. Is it important to play with the same guys year over year to build that camaraderie?
It's always good to have some guys that you once played with, some guys from last year. I still got some guys that's on the team that was here when I was here my first year 3 years ago. So it's really just about just building on that chemistry and just making sure you could be able to lead the new guys and the transfers in. So just having a great group of guys that's vets, that's always important for a university and a football team that's trying to be successful.
Previewing FIU, especially on offense, they've got a new coaching staff, they've got 50 new players. What have you had any film to break down this week, and what have you been preparing for?
Yeah, most definitely. We've been in the film room since the summertime. Obviously we know one of the key pieces is their quarterback. Number one, he one of the guys, the guys that we've been mainly focused, because you can't really do nothing without a quarterback. So I really just say, just studying what he can do, because obviously, there's going to be some new guys. They got one returning offensive lineman, but obviously there's going to be some new guys, some new pieces, new coaching staff. So just really studying their quarterback, the most important thing, to see what he like to do, what's his strengths, what's his weaknesses.
What are your expectations for the season, both for you personally and for the defensive unit as a whole?
I'm all about team. I'm a team player. Obviously, we all know the main goal. The main goal is to win the SWAC championship and then go win a national championship at the Celebration Bowl. I don't really talking about myself like that. I'm really all a team player.
All right, thank you for your time. Good luck this week.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
Alongside A.J. Hall on the defensive line, he'll partner with now two now sophomores who will be expected to play a lot more snaps than last year, Cornelius Bass and Dairo Melendez Jr. The only major addition on the D-line is former Mainland Buccaneer LaRon Davis, who comes back home after 4 years at Charleston Southern. There is more continuity at linebacker. The second leading tackler from 2024, Malik Stinnett, returns. He'll partner with career Wildcat Steven Sparrow in the middle of the defense as Sparrow begins his senior season. Also look out for returners Jeremy Greaves and Naeem Lassiter to get more playing time in 2025. Rounding out the returners on defense, we have the secondary with names like Joshua Thornhill, who had game-sealing interceptions in both of BCU's wins last year, second-generation Wildcat football player Nick Rawls II, and two players that have garnered some preseason national attention in Johnny Harris and Antoine Watts. One intriguing addition to the secondary is Devin Gunter, who comes in from Nevada at the FBS level. Daryl, you're about to head down to the field to do some sideline for us today. Your last words on what should be a good night here in South Florida.
Look for the Wildcats to start fast, play fast, and hit hard tonight. Different ball club we got this year, guys.
All right, thank you, Daryl. We'll hear from you at halftime. At the top of the pregame show, I ran through the history of the gridiron between BCU and FIU. But what have the Panthers been up to lately? And what's the outlook for their 2025 season? Let's find out in 2025's first edition of the Opponent Report. FIU finished 2024 at 4-8 with a 3-5 record in Conference USA play, prompting a coaching change in the offseason. Back in December, the Panthers welcomed in former Wildcat foe Willie Simmons as head coach, who joins FIU from Duke, where he oversaw running backs. Prior to his time with the Blue Devils, Simmons spent 6 years as head coach of Florida A&M, while he led the Rattlers to 2 HBCU national championships and a Celebration Bowl title in 2023. FIU finished the 2024 season ranked third in Conference USA in scoring at over 26 points per game. The Panthers finished top 3 in the league in passing yards at nearly 230 per game, but middle of the pack rushing the ball with 120 yards per game on 3.6 yards per carry. Defensively, the Panthers just allowed 25 points per game with 96 sacks, 11 interceptions, and 6 forced fumbles. FIU is led by third-year quarterback Keon Jenkins, who was named 2025 Conference USA Offensive Player of the Year in the preseason, along with receiving nods on multiple national award lists. In 2024, Jenkins threw 22 touchdowns, the second most in a single season in FIU program history. He also compiled 24 57 passing yards on a 62% completion percentage. On the defensive side, FIU is led by defensive back Brian Blades, who was named the East-West Shine Bro 100 prior to the season. The 12-game starter in 2024 grabbed 1 pick-6 last season, along with 14 passes defended and 77 tackles. Now to join me for the call of the game, it's former Bethune-Cookman Wildcat football player Johnny Vickers. Johnny, give us a weather report first and foremost, because we're about an hour and a half late getting this game kicked off, and we're supposed to kick off at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, well, when we walked into the stadium, it had already been delayed because of lightning. And if you know anything about weather delays, specifically lightning delays, when it comes to football games, after each strike, the clock resets for 30 minutes. So you have to go 30 minutes without a lightning strike before the kickoff can happen. So right now we're getting on to that 8:15 mark, so you can imagine how many lightning strikes were happening.
As the FIU Panthers run out of the right-hand tunnel, fire and smoke going off around them, the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats enter from left of picture. Maroon helmets for the Wildcats tonight, gold jerseys, white pants, brand new white pants with a tricolored maroon and gold stripe down the side. Should be a good one. It's still drizzling here, but the lightning has hopefully moved off, and the rain will hopefully move off as well as we get into things here at Pitbull Stadium here in Miami. A sparse crowd has waited out the almost 90-minute weather delay, most of them packed into the student section right here in front of us. A few fans across the way under the home side as well. I want to bring up some of the same questions, as we have about 3 minutes until kickoff, to you that I posed to Daryl in the pregame. Like, what do you want to see out of each unit, offensive and defensive, and some names that you're looking out for?
Well, offensively, of course, I'm an offensive guy. We're going to start there. One, the offensive line has got to take control of the line of scrimmage. Without them, the ball cannot move. And it's going to be a wonder what we're going to do at running back, because, you know, we lost our top rusher last year, Dennis Palmer. So I'm really interested in what our running game is going to look like moving forward. On the defensive side of the ball, we have to do a better job at stopping the run, stopping the pass, and being an overall cohesive unit. And so hopefully with some of the new packages they've installed for this year, I can't wait to see what the Wildcats have in store.
And on that, right, stop the run, stop the run, stop the run, for the love of Mary McLeod Bethune. Yeah, I mean, you can't be fifth to last in the country in rushing yards per game against and expect to see any sort of success.
Not at all, because the strategy almost behind every football team is this: you want to run the ball, right, so you can pass it later. So if we cannot stop the run, they're just going to continue to do it. And we saw that at best there were times last year we were anemic at stopping the run. We would have good drives, and then all of a sudden someone would break for 80 yards. But in the defense, they were on the field the majority of the season. Our offense couldn't put together quality drives that would give our defense enough rest so they wouldn't be on the field 3/4 of the game.
The captains are on the field. The Panthers win the toss and will defer to the second half. So the Wildcats will get the ball first and will answer the burning question: who will start under center? Will it be Cam Ransom? Will it be Timmy McLean? Will Amari Jones be trotted out there out of nowhere? We'll see. We will see. But let's make sure we do one thing going into this game. We have to get out of this game healthy. I don't know if our fans remember, about 2 years ago, we lost 3 quarterbacks in 2 games, and we do not want to see that happen. So for whoever starts this game, we have to keep them off the ground. We have to keep them healthy. And that really, to me, becomes the problem of the offensive line. The offensive line was very porous last year, allowed a ton of sacks, and didn't really give any of the quarterbacks that played, of the 5 that played under center last year, a chance to be successful. Yeah. And now for this Coach Woody's 3rd year, the offensive line has now had a chance to kind of play together. They know who each other are. They know where their weaknesses are, where their strengths are. And so now hopefully we can see, like I said earlier, a more cohesive unit for our line to be able to protect our quarterback, to be able to put together sustainable drives. Johnny, it's the best time of year. It's just about time for Wildcat football on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE. FIU will kick left to right. Out to kick is Noah Grant, the redshirt senior transfer from UAB. Deep to return the kick for Bethune-Cookman. is somebody who's not on my depth chart. I'm not sure who's out there to return the kick. Let me get a quick number for you. Marquis Johnson, the running back, is actually out there to return the kick. I thought it might have been Huggins or Ross, but it's going to be Johnson at the goal line. Once again, FIU, blue helmets, blue tops, gold bottoms, white numbers with a gold trim. Wildcats, maroon tops, maroon helmets, gold tops, and a white number and white pants with a maroon and gold stripe. The redshirt senior, Noah Grant, will step into it, kick it left to right, and it's game on from Pitbull Stadium. From the 5-yard line, Marquis Johnson brings it out right side, bounced off a man 10 to the 15, and he's brought down just shy of the 15-yard line, and that's where the Wildcats will bring it out. At that point, maybe you would have thought a safer fair catch might have been necessary there.
Yeah, Marquis, but he secured the ball. We got good field position for this first drive of the 2025 football season for our Wildcats. Here comes the offense out in the field, and it looks like our starting quarterback is Cam Ransom.
Well, he's our quarterback from last year, 7 games played, 63% completion percentage, over 1,000 passing yards. He threw 8 touchdowns and 3 interceptions and also ran for 2 touchdowns. To his left, Juan Rodriguez, the freshman, starting at running back. 3 receivers to the right, single left, ball right hash. Cam back to pass. There's a screen right side to the freshman, Dominguez. He'll fall forward close to the 20-yard line. Looks like a 4-yard pickup on first down.
Quick outlet pass to the left-hand side from Ransom. Positive yardage. Good first play for this first drive.
2nd down and 6. Actually, 2nd down and 10. My apologies. The ball was originally spotted at the 20, not the 15. So no gain on that play. It'll be 2nd down and 10. They move the ball to the left hash. Snap to Cam. Handoff. Try to go to the right side. Dominguez falls to the 22-yard line before he's bottled up by Quaylen Hill, the nose tackle, and also Ola Agunloye, the defensive tackle.
A stalemate at the line of scrimmage, and anytime you have a stalemate at the line of scrimmage, defense typically wins.
And this is one of the reasons the Wildcats struggled last year. It's the 1st and 2nd downs, right? The reason your 3rd down percentage wasn't great is you're facing 3rd and long like this. 3rd down and 9 from their own 21-yard line going left to right. 2 receivers to the wide side of the field. Snap to Cam, and it looks like it's going to be a false start as the flag blows the play dead. Well, that'll take it from a 2nd and 9 to a 2nd and 14. And an auspicious start for the Wildcat offense. I mean, last year, Bethune-Cookman scored 20 points a game, rushed for 105 yards a game, threw for 184 yards a game on 4.7 yards per play.
Yeah, the Wildcats not getting off to a great start, but there's still a lot of game left to be played.
Now 3rd down and 14 from the 16-yard line for Cam Ransom. He takes the snap. He'll play action. Blitz coming from the right-hand side. Cam throws across the middle. Has a man open. It's caught at the 40-yard line. Cross the 55-yard line. It's Ricky Shaw. He's going to be at the 30. Jump cut past the man. Still going. And he's pushed out of bounds all the way at the FIU 25-yard line. Check that. That's Javon Bun Ross, the sophomore, with a massive catch over the middle. And the Wildcats flip the field all the way to the 25.
Wow. Cam Ransom stood in the pocket delivering a strike to him running across the field wide open.
Now Ross goes in motion. Fake the handoff to him. Ransom over the middle. Had Lorenzo Jenkins wide open at the 10-yard line. Would have had a touchdown, but threw it behind him.
Threw it behind him a little bit too low, too behind him. But the Wildcats now looking like they have a little bit confidence, a little bit swag going in. You can see them, their confidence building up right now. So let's see what they have in store.
2nd down and 10 for the Wildcats at the FIU 25-yard line after a really long pass. I'll try to get a yardage for you on that one here in a second. The Wildcats are going up-tempo a little bit on the offense right now. That was a 59-yard completion to Ross to set up this 2nd and 10 at the 25. Snap to Cam. Handoff Dominguez up the middle, trying to power his legs forward. Gets to the 21-yard line, a 4-yard gain. That'll set up 3rd down and 6. I like the look of Juan Chino Rodriguez right now, the freshman out of Norland High School nearby here in Miami.
Oh yeah, especially, it's a hard show to follow after you had Dennis Palmer do what he did last year. But if we can keep some of these young running backs doing what we did last year, we're going to be in a good place.
3rd and 6 from the FIU 21 going right to left. Bunch formation right with trips. Single to the left. Cam in the gun. with Rodriguez to his left. Motion now Ross to the left-hand side. Receivers 2 by 2. Here comes the blitz. Cam stands in, fires over the middle. That pass is complete to Malik Huggins, but it's a little bit behind him, and he stumbles at the 17-yard line. He's going to come up 2 yards short of the first down, and here comes the field goal unit with redshirts junior Juan Dominguez taking over the kicking unit for the Wildcats this year.
Yes, I'm excited about this kid, and the reason I'm excited about this kid is because his uncle was the kicker when I played. And so Jesse Cortez. So Jesse, if you're listening, man, he's on the field.
All right, here we go. Dominguez, a transfer from Jacksonville Community College. This will be a 35-yarder from the left hash. It'll be a snap, a hold, a kick. It is good, and the Wildcats jump on top 3-0. But the highlight of that drive was the 59-yard completion to Javon Ross.
Absolutely. The Wildcats executed and operated great. In fact, he caught the ball on his fingertips on the back half of the ball. He was so wide open. But those are the type of plays that the Wildcats have got to capitalize on. Cam stood in the pocket. The offensive line gave him enough time to be able to go through his progression, and he delivered the ball right on the mark.
3-0 Bethune-Cookman, 11:46 to go here in the opening quarter down at FIU. There's no media timeout, so we'll keep it right here. and I want you to break down the play that happened right at the end, because Lorenzo Jenkins looked like he might have had a touchdown, but the ball was thrown a little bit behind him. And then Malik Huggins looked like he might have had a first down on 3rd and 6 to give the Wildcats another chance at the end zone, but the ball was thrown a little bit behind him. Is that maybe because it's wet out there, it's still raining?
Yeah, the ball is still a little bit slippery. The Wildcats got the look that they wanted in both of those plays, both of those pass plays, but the ball couldn't be delivered how it needed to be. But I think they'll be able to correct that as we move forward.
Yeah. It'll be Sequan Jean-Pierre, the redshirt senior transfer from St. Thomas University in Minnesota, to receive the kick. Juan Dominguez will kick right to left. He'll start at the 35-yard line. Once again, 3-0 Bethune-Cookman, 11:46 to go here in the first half of play. And the kick is going to be short, fielded at about the 10-yard line by Jean-Pierre, up to the 15-20 left-hand side, looks for a lane to the 30, still breaking tackles near the 35, and wrestled down near the 34-yard line. Decent field position, and now we get to see the gunslinger Keon Jenkins for FIU. Man, CUSA preseason offensive player of the year. Last year has thrown for almost 5,000 yards in his career, out over 2,500 last year as a sophomore.
Yeah, the Wildcat defense has got to get pressure on this guy to disrupt his timing to his receivers down the field. It's always scary when you have a quarterback that can get it done with his arm as well as with his feet.
First drive for FIU. It'll start from their own 33-yard line, going left to right. 11:41 to go in the first quarter, 3-0 BCU. Keon Jenkins in the gun, motions a wide receiver across the snap. It's going to be a screen right side. That's caught by Kyle McNeil. He'll jet up near the 40-yard line for a 7-yard gain on first down.
He was stripped up, so play blown dead. The Wildcats actually read it good, except we could not make the stop. He got out of reach before we could make the play.
Malik Stinnett on the tackle there for the Wildcats. He's going to be a real key piece this year. He's the second leading returning tackler for the Wildcats.
Yeah, we always hope for a guy like Stinnett to go off and be a disruptor on this defense. 2nd and 3,
Jenkins under pressure throws the outlet pass to the right-hand side. That pass is caught by the running back, Kejon Owens. He'll be getting a FIU first down to the 46-yard line.
So far, so good. Wildcats not giving up too many big plays and keeping this FIU offense contained. So we hopefully see more, and that they don't do what happened last year where they got burned by a lot of big plays early in the game.
1st and 10 for FIU from their own 46-yard line, going left to right. Keon Owens continues to be in the backfield, sidecar left of Jenkins. Jenkins takes the snap, handoff Owens, no correction. He keeps it, throws it across the middle, a leaping catch made by Amari Isaac into BCU territory at the 44-yard line.
Wildcats still chipping away, still trying. They're getting there, but they're not getting there, that front four. And so hopefully we'll soon get through that offensive line to get a sack.
FIU goes quickly, another play action. Jenkins forced to flush to his left. He throws across the middle. He's going to actually keep it and up to the 35 and slides down near the BCU 30. He completely sold the linebacker in coverage on a dummy, got him to commit to the pass, and then scampered by him.
Absolutely, and you see how the weather is having an effect. It's very slick on that field, so they have to be able to watch their footing, or if they slip, that's it. That's going to be a big game loss for the Wildcats.
FIU driving with ease here. They started at their own 33. They've got a 1st and 10 at the Wildcat 33. So they've effectively flipped the field. 1st and 10 going left to right. Wildcats up 3-0, 9:40 to go here in the first quarter. Jenkins in the pistol with Owens right behind him. Fakes the handoff, looks to pass. The lefty slings it deep down the left-hand side. Got a man at the 10-yard line, and backing into a catch is Amari Isaac again.
Too much time. The Wildcats weren't able to get any pressure on the quarterback that time, and he had all day to sit back there, go through his progression and his read for a big play.
That'll set them up at the 8-yard line. 1st and goal, snap to Jenkins. Flags everywhere, bodies on the floor. 2nd and 3rd flags come in. There may be multiple penalties on this play.
Looks like a false start.
But then there was a lot of pushing and shoving in the end zone after the play started, and I wonder if they're going to get like a personal foul there on somebody too. Oh, no, we got the rare everybody but the center penalty on the offense. You love to see it.
Oh, yeah. That's what happens when the quarterback says it's on one, but the center says it's on two.
All right, 1st and goal for FIU. That'll back him up to their own to the Wildcat 13-yard line. Going left to right. Keon Owens is the running back, hasn't got a carry yet. This time he will off the left-hand side. Great seal block. He gets to the open field and rumbles down to the 2-yard line before he's finally cut down by the Wildcats secondary.
A great little trap play to run the ball underneath the defensive nose, and they're back lined up.
Really nice block by Daniel Michelle, the right tackle on that one. 2nd and goal from the 2. Handoff, Owens, middle touchdown.
Effectively, FIU marching the ball down the field for 6.
FIU touchdown, Keon Owens, the redshirt senior, the career FIU Panther. With that, he goes over 1,000 rushing yards for his career. That's his 12th career touchdown. He was also a All-Conference USA preseason first-team selection. And FIU with the potential for Noah Grant to give them a 7-3 lead here. From the 10-yard line on the extra point. Snap and flags. And it looks like FIU went early again. And well, they might call this on BCU rather.
Nope, false start.
False start.
On
so
the
they're gonna come back. I mean, it's an extra point. I don't expect there to be much of a difficulty here for Noah Grant, who spent his first 2 college seasons at Memphis, junior at Arkansas State, last year at UAB, and now his final season of eligibility here as an FIU Panther. It's so interesting how players bounce around all over the country these days.
Well, the portal has allowed them to do that.
Yep.
And I think I just saw the other day somebody was a 7th-year senior.
Yeah,
Never in my life would I thought.
We saw that last year with one of the Miami, or 2 years ago, sorry, with one of the Miami tight ends playing 7 years. So we'll try this extra point again after the Keon Owens 2-yard touchdown. And the false start on the extra point. Snap, hold, kick is good. And with 8 minutes and 34 seconds to go in this evening's first quarter, it's Florida International 7, Bethune-Cookman 3. Looking for the red hat. I don't see him, so there may not be a media timeout here either. This game supposedly on ESPN. Oh, we do have a media timeout. We'll take a minute and 30 seconds and be right back. You're listening to Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE. back at Pitbull Stadium here on the campus of Florida International University. It's the FIU Panthers 7, the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats 3 with 8:34 to go in the first quarter. That FIU touchdown drive covered 7 plays, 67 yards in 3 minutes and 7 seconds, ending with a 1-yard touchdown run by the Panthers redshirt senior Keon Owens. And really the star of that last drive, Johnny, was the quarterback Keon Jenkins.
Absolutely. He has shown poise. He has shown he can do it with his arm, do it with his legs, just as we suspected in pregame. And the Wildcats have to be able to disrupt his rhythm with his receivers. They have to be able to get into the backfield and basically make everything null and void. Yep. Now, here is what we need to see. Can the offense put a drive together so the defense doesn't come right back out on the field and so the defense can rest?
It will be the kicker for FIU, Noah Grants, kicking once again to Marquis Johnson, who was a great returner at Montana State, former All-Big Sky kick returner, and was 3rd in the FCS in kick return yards in 2022. The kick is going to pin Johnson 5 yards deep in his end zone, and he's going to let that one bounce over his head for a touchback as a BCU player goes stumbling in coverage. And the offense comes back out on the field, led by Cam Ransom. He was just a little bit out of sync with his receivers on that first drive that led to the Wildcats picking up 3 points instead of 6.
Yeah, we have to remember it is still wet on the field. The ball is a little slippery, and so sometimes coming out the hand of the quarterback when he releases it, it may not get to the receiver how you want it. So we always have to be aware to make sure that we know our personnel who's out there, that we can have this effective drive.
On first down, Cam goes empty set. 3 receivers to the wide side right, 2 to the near side left. We're waiting for the officials to... get set. Now we're ready. Again, empty set here. FIU has consistently brought blitzes. It's going to be a jet sweep handoff to Marquis Johnson. He's got space, bounces off a tackler at the 40, up to midfield before he's finally dragged down from behind.
Great job by the offensive line making that hole for Johnson to get up to midfield, and the Wildcats are already back on the ball.
Dante Anderson chased down Johnson, who took that jet sweep handoff. Now handed off left-hand side. Counter. No, Cam lost the ball, has to fall on it in the transfer, and it's going to be a loss of 5 yards back to the 46-yard line for BCU.
That mesh point, you got to be careful. The ball is wet. Protect the ball. Ball security is going to be the name of the game.
Yeah, they wanted to hand it off to Johnson again, a little inside counter trap play, and they didn't get it off. So now it's 2nd down and 12 back at the Wildcat 46. Only lost 2 yards. Officially on the play. 3 receivers all out to the near side. Cam looks that way after the snap. Going to throw a screen pass near side, almost picked off by Johnny Chaney Jr. as the ball was thrown a little bit behind Bon Ross. Johnny Chaney Jr. should be a familiar name to BCU fans. He terrorized us at Florida A&M, was the 2022 All-SWAC at Mike linebacker, and only saw 1 snap last year after transferring to Colorado.
Cam just tried to make an athletic throw to Ross and almost came up with it. It was just a great play on the ball by both the offensive and defensive player.
All right, 3rd and 12 for the Wildcats, just shy of midfield at the 46-yard line of their own, going right to left. 2-by-2, the receivers, 4 on the defensive front for FIU. One on the play clock when they got the ball off, and I think they might have been late, and the Wildcats will be forced to burn a timeout or take a penalty. Wow.
Call timeout to avoid the delay of game.
This second drive is definitely not looking as cohesive as that first drive did. There was a nice run by Marquis Johnson, but that fumble by Cam really kind of derailed all the momentum.
Yeah, and you also have to realize we are dealing with new coaches and new communication styles on the sideline as well. But I think the Wildcats will be able to get this worked out, hopefully before early in this game. And so sometimes when you're looking at your coach is signaling in, and you got to make sure that you know what you want to do and communicate it to the rest of the team and get that ball snap before the play clock gets down to 0.
Timeout on the field. We'll take 1-2. Big 3rd down coming up for BCU when we come back. This is BCU football on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE. Stadium here in South Florida on the campus of FIU. The Wildcats have a critical third down upcoming. It'll be 3rd down and 12 for BCU after they were forced to burn a timeout to avoid a delay of game penalty. It was the first play was really good, a 15-yard run for a first down by Marquis Johnson, and then a fumble by Cam that he eventually recovered to set them up on this 3rd and 12.
Yeah, this is a drive that we don't want to stall out on. There's still a lot of field behind FIU to make up to be able to still give the defense a little bit of a breather, that much more before they come back out on the field.
5 wide here on 3rd down. 3 receivers to Cam's left, 2 to the right, ball right hash. 4 down linemen, no linebackers in the middle for FIU. Everybody covering the flats. 16 on the play clock as it's running. 3rd down and 12, 7:37 to go here in the first quarter. Wildcats down 7-3. Cam, clap, snap. He'll take off and run on a quarterback draw, and he will be ripped down. A gain of only 2 back to the original line of scrimmage. I don't hate the play call, but the offensive line just couldn't hold on.
Yeah, the defensive end and the defensive tackle closed down so quick. The hole was there, then it wasn't. Both of them closed down into that B gap and just closed off Cam from picking up any extra yardage.
Here we go. The new punter after the departure of Anthony Frederick to graduation is the Aussie Max Tulin, now in his 3rd year in the program. 2 years as a backup. Now he gets the starting nod at the punting position. Tulin will boot it deep, trying to pin him back to the corner. Jean-Pierre, fair catch at the 10-yard line, and a flag is going to come out as he was hit after he called for the fair catch.
I don't know. It looked like our player was pushed into him, but we'll have to see what the officials say.
Well, that's going to be a costly penalty, and that's another thing the Wildcats need to improve on from last year, right? 2 years ago, the Wildcats were one of the least penalized teams in the nation, but last year they were penalized 7 times a game for 86 yards. That's 764 overall, and for 63 yards a game.
I mean, I think that was probably 2 years ago, that was probably the one bright spot of the team, that they played disciplined ball where they were the least penalized team in the nation. Unfortunately, we weren't able to come off with that last year, and hopefully we get a little bit more of that this year.
Defender was blocked into him. So, okay, no, you called it. You good.
Yeah. You know, sometimes
that's that ball knowledge that can only come from playing the game.
Sometimes those blockers, they try to get a little sneaky to get a little extra yardage, but the refs were on top of it that time.
Sometimes me being a broadcaster who's never played football, I struggle with some things like that because I don't know how those things go, you know.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter how much I research or study; it'll never be the same as experiencing it. All right, 1st and 10 for FIU at their own 11, going left to right. Bunch formation 3 to the left. It'll be a delayed handoff off the left-hand side. It gives to Anthony Carey. He'll barrel forward past the 15 up to the 17-yard line.
The Wildcats defense had that corral, but we just had literally two missed tackles at the point of attack, and we can't have that happen.
Check that. That was Owens again, who had the touchdown on their first drive on the carry as well. Gain of 6, 2nd down and 4 at the 17-yard line. Wildcats will send a 4-man front with 3 linebackers to guard this formation. Going across the formation is Alex Perry. It'll be a pitch left-hand side. Looking for a cutback lane is Owens. He's going to get the first down at the 23-yard line. The Wildcats read it well, but not quite well enough.
Great tackle and stop by Timothy Gully right there to stop a big game from the Panthers.
Tim Gully is one of those newcomers that I'm really interested in the transfer from Arkansas State.
Yeah, you know, Coach Woody's done a great job getting the portal and getting guys that can contribute immediately.
First down FIU at their own 23-yard line, going left to right, 5:50 to go. Here in this first quarter, FIU leads 7-3. Jenkins in the gun, Owens on his left hip. Now he goes out into the left-hand flat. They're going to throw a bubble screen to the near side of Alex Perry, and he gets ripped down for no yards, maybe even a loss of 1.
Great stop by the Wildcat defense. They sniffed out that slip screen perfectly. Great job.
Preseason All-HBCU All-American Johnny Harris is going to make that tackle. Alex Perry is someone they're very high on here at FIU, a transfer from all the way over in Hawaii coming out to the Panthers. Now 2nd down and 10 as that ball didn't go past the 22-yard line. 3 receivers left, single right. Now they bring 1 across the formation to make it 2-by-2. Jenkins low snap, looks to pass, throws a comebacker, and it's almost picked off. Oh, he was looking for the comebacker to Isaac, and Malik Stinnett nearly picked that one off. He jumped that route perfectly.
Jumped it perfectly, and there was no one in front of him. if he had picked off that ball.
I think, again, the ball's a little wet, just bounced right off his hands.
It would have been an easy 6, y'all.
Oh, man.
Easy 6.
That's a big missed opportunity there for the Wildcats, but they got him back 3rd and 11 at the 22 here.
I mean, but a great job by the Wildcat defense, bending but not breaking with this FIU offense.
10 seconds on the play clock, and it looks like FIU is going to take a timeout here. BCU's already had to burn a first half timeout. Oh, no, Wildcats are going to take a timeout. I mean, Coach Woody didn't like what he saw there, obviously, on 3rd down and 11.
Well, you know, in this type of situation, Willie Simmons, Coach Willie Simmons is an offensive mind. And one thing he will do is if it warrants it, he'll take a risk. And, you know, the Wildcats don't want to be caught off guard in this 3rd down situation and have to stay on the field longer than what they need to.
Coach Willie Simmons, of course, is his first year at FIU, the 7th coach in program history for the Panthers. Former head coach at Prairie View A&M, assistant at Alcorn, Middle Tennessee, and Clemson, and of course the head coach at Florida A&M. Now, he was a great player in his day, Willie Simmons, played quarterback at Clemson, and then played in the pros for a little bit after that.
Yeah, I mean, he used to throw that rock. If you get a chance, go back and look at Willie Simmons when he was a quarterback. And I'm telling you, he was a true athlete.
Timeout over. Here's 3rd down and 11 for FIU from their own 22, going left to right. 5:06 to go here in the first quarter. 4-man front for the Wildcats. 1 man in motion left to right. 3 on the left-hand side. Fake the handoff. Jenkins bottled up in the backfield. He's going to go backwards, and he's going to go down all the way back at the 7-yard line.
Oh, no.
Oh, and they're going to get the Wildcats for a late hit.
Adrian Hall, he was down. Adrian Hall was falling and slipped into him, and the referees threw a flag.
Oh, no. What a nightmare. That's going to give a first down to FIU. Keon Jenkins went backwards trying to avoid the rush, slipped and fell, and A.J. Hall, the redshirt senior, the defensive captain on this year, just makes a complete mistake and hits him hard.
And just so you know, it wasn't intentional.
No, he slipped.
He was falling down and slipped into him after he was actually trying to avoid him.
It doesn't matter, right? If you hit the quarterback late, you hit the quarterback late. Intent doesn't matter there.
Intent doesn't matter. They're going to call it every time.
1st and 10. They'll move the ball up to the 24-yard line on a fresh set of downs for FIU. Let's see if they take advantage. Jenkins rolls left, pumps once, now throws back across the middle, has a receiver. That's a catch.
Got a late flag. Got a late flag.
On the near side. He rolled to the far side. That catch was complete to the tight end Dallas Payne, the transfer from UAB. And it's something on the offense. I didn't quite catch what it was.
I think it might have been an ineligible man downfield, an eligible receiver downfield, I think.
Okay. Well, I didn't catch the penalty. I was looking down to catch who made the catch. So my bad on that. Well, they're back to the 18-yard line. FIU can't go anywhere, but still keeps getting first downs because of BCU penalties.
Oh, man, look. Something we don't want to happen.
1st down and 15 now. Ball at their own 19-yard line officially. 1st and 10 for FIU right in front of our broadcast position here at Pitbull Stadium. This time they will hand the ball off left-hand side. Owens gets to the 24-yard line, back to the original line of scrimmage, 2nd down and 10.
Johnny Harris with the tackle. Now, I will say this. The one thing the Wildcats have been good with is all the shifting in motion that FIU has been doing. And they've been staying steady, having communicating, letting everybody know what's going on in the field. Defense is doing a real good job there.
And I might not be saying it, but every play there's 1, 2, 3 guys in pre-snap motion for FIU. It's very confusing.
Absolutely.
This time they bring Payne to the right-hand side of the line as a tight end, 2nd and 10 at the 24. Jenkins drops straight back, throws over the middle. That's a pass complete at the 34-yard line. It's going to be 3rd down and 1. McGuire made the catch for FIU.
Thornhill with the tackle, or was that? No, Johnny Harris. Johnny Harris with the tackle on that.
Correction, Anderson made the tackle catch for FIU. Handoff, middle, 1st down to Owens. As easy as that. He gets into the 2nd level and is tackled by Antoine Watts up to the 39-yard line. 1st down FIU. Man, the Wildcats should have been off the field twice already on this drive.
Yeah, that last penalty by A.J. Hall really hurt the Wildcats. We were getting off the field.
And then
going to have great field position.
And the missed interception by Stinnett as well.
Man, listen, the Wildcats playing lights out. But here we go. This is what you show what you're made of. This is when you show it right here.
And it's hot, it's humid, even though the sun's gone down, it's sticky out there, and it's very energy sapping.
Yeah.
1st and 10 for FIU at their own 39-yard line. Double bunch set to reach side tight to the line. Handoff middle, big hole. Owens jump cut to the 50, correction, carry to the 47-yard line of BCU, 12-yard pickup on that one.
Got into the secondary. Thornhill with the stop as the running back was coming straight downhill.
That was just good blocking up front
Good
from FIU.
blocking up front, yeah.
FIU will go quickly in BCU territory at the 47. 2 minutes to go first quarter. They're up 7-3 and on the ball. This time they'll slow it down. Wildcats show outside pressure with Johnny Harris on the near side.
Pass.
They'll fake the handoff. Jenkins going deep. Down the left-hand sideline. It is incomplete. Just out of the reach of Kyle McNeil. And incomplete. He went for the home run ball that time. He was matched up one-on-one on the outside with newcomer Gabe White at quarterback. The transfer from Abilene Christian comes over with new coach Pat Brown.
First home run ball we've seen tonight by either team. And looks like FIU's not going to be afraid to take shots down the field.
And with the ball as slippery as it is, it stopped actively raining, but it's still wet out there. I'm surprised they tried that long.
The field is shiny. That's how much water has been on this field.
Second
it's
and
shiny.
10 for FIU from the Wildcat 48-yard line. Jenkins in the gun. Carey to his left. Carey takes the handoff. No, it's a fake throw far side. That pass is caught by Perry, and he's going to be wrestled down by Gabe White. So 2 consecutive plays, a good defensive stop by White, but it is 8 yards up to the 40-yard line. 3rd down and 2 for FIU.
Good open field tackle by Gabe. I mean, right there, you got to be a little bit more anticipatory of that ball. It could have been a pick.
3rd down and 2 from the BCU 40 going left to right. 1:20 and counting in this first quarter, 7-3. FIU look for the inside handoff. Carey is sidecar right now. He goes out in the pass pattern. It's going to be a screen pass to him. Carey has a lot of room to the 40, to the 35, breaks a tackle and steps out of bounds at the 30-yard line. He was one-on-one in the secondary out there with Montavious Lloyd, and Lloyd couldn't trip him up.
Yeah, you have to make those, when you're on the island, you have to be able to make those open field tackles, because if you don't, typically those are the ones that are going to go for big yardage.
FIU goes fast, already a snap. Jenkins under pressure, rolls up, steps up, goes down, and another flag flies out late in the play. He was back down all the way back at the 40. Lloyd, who missed the tackle on the last play, comes up with the sack on this play.
But the flag is on Bethune-Cookman, offsides on the defense.
Every time the defense makes a good play, it's been negated by a penalty. Every time on this drive. They could have been off the field 3 or 4 times.
Kept this drive. Penalties have kept this drive alive.
So now 1st down and 10 for FIU. They go all the way up to the BCU 34. Sorry, 1st down and 5 for FIU. Not an automatic 1st down. They go all the way to the 28-yard line of Bethune-Cookman. Lots of motion, trips left, single right. Still Carey in the backfield alongside Jenkins. Jenkins takes the snap, fakes the handoff, looks to pass. The lefty has time in the pocket, looking deep down the near sideline, and it is incomplete.
Incomplete.
It looks like Eric Nelson might have come down with the ball, but he was out of bounds.
Incomplete. He came down with the ball, but it was out of bounds. Just a great pitch and catch, but unfortunately, he ran out of real estate.
The pocket was beautiful there, and he did put it on the money,
Yeah.
but just 1 yard out of bounds.
Just 1 yard out of bounds.
All right, 2nd down and 5 for FIU. They're at the BCU 29-yard line, but 12 seconds left to go in the first quarter. This could be the end of that first quarter. Whistle and a stoppage of play. And they're going to review the previous play. We'll have our first review of the 2025 season. 12 seconds to go in the first quarter. FIU 7, BCU 3, but the Panthers, abated by BCU penalties, are driving down the field and are threatening the BCU red zone for the 2nd time in the first quarter. As we'll take a break, and we'll get you the results of the review when we come back. This is BCU Athletics football on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE. Back live from Pitbull Stadium here on the campus of Florida International University. The Wildcats are their own worst enemy right now. 3 penalties on this drive that could have ended all the way back at the FIU 7-yard line, but FIU is driven all the way to the Wildcats 16 for a potential first down and 10 after a review of a potential missed catch on the sideline by Eric Nelson. We thought it was out of bounds.
And they determined that he did catch it,
so it is a
in
catch.
Bounds.
So first and 10 for FIU at the 16-yard line. They already have 1 touchdown on a long drive in this quarter, with 12 seconds to go in the first. We could get a second one, if not the first play of the second quarter. We shall see if the Wildcat defense can stand strong in the red zone. 11 seconds left now, counting. 3 left, single right, 1 in motion all the way out to the left-hand side is the tight end Staton. First and 10 at the 16-yard line, and they won't snap the ball. We'll go to the end of the first quarter. Second quarter on tap when we come back. It's Florida International 7 and looking for more. Bethune-Cookman just 3 after a good opening drive, but only 2 offensive possessions for BCU in that first quarter as the defense has once again struggled early on to start this season. We'll be back in after a bit. This is Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE. We get ready to start the second quarter here at Florida International University. It's the FIU Panthers 7, the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats 3. Michael Turillo alongside former BCU football player Johnny Vickers. Johnny, that first quarter was up and down for the Wildcats. There was a couple highs, especially on offense, but the lows reared their ugly head. Defense and penalties returned from last year to haunt the Wildcats in the first quarter.
And basically the main one was an inadvertent penalty. As he was trying to literally pull up, A.J. Hall was falling and fell into the quarterback. And it wasn't even that he landed on top of him. He slid into him.
Yeah, because it's so wet out there.
It's so wet. Like, ladies and gentlemen, if you can see this field has a shine better than a Marine shoes out here, okay? I mean, and it's slick. There's players sliding all over the field. And so that was just a costly penalty, inadvertent costly penalty.
FIU will start immediately at the BCU 16-yard line, 1st and 10. Here we go as the second quarter gets ready to start here. Jenkins Fakes the handoff, throws across the middle, incomplete, drop by McNeil, and a lot of pushing and shoving after the play. A player goes down for FIU. Braden Statton took a tumble with some pushing and shoving late, and no flags thrown on that one. 2nd and 10 from the 16.
A fortunate drop for the BCU defense. The receiver settled in the hole, and it was just thrown behind him just a little bit.
McNeil's gotten a couple targets this first half. He's from Dwyer High School, a redshirt freshman out of Riviera Beach, Florida. 2nd and 10 for FIU from the BCU 16, going right to left in this second quarter. Keon Jenkins takes the snap, hands the ball off. Big lane up the middle for Keyshawn Owens. He's going to continue to charge into the end zone, dragging defenders for a touchdown. Wow.
Just a good hard run at the end of that carry. Once he got inside the 5, it was all him. He just never stopped turning his legs and didn't stop until he got into the end zone.
He carried Keon Clark for a good 6 or 7 yards as he was dragging onto his back for dear life, but it couldn't keep the redshirt senior out of the end zone, and now it's 13-3 FIU with an extra point pending, 14:49 to go in the second quarter.
Well, I'll tell you this, the Wildcat offense has had enough time to talk it over and make adjustments about what they want to do going into this next drive.
Extra point attempt by Noah Grant is a flag on the play. The kick was up and good, and a delay of game. So we've now had one extra point for FIU be pushed back by a false start, and then another extra point by FIU be pushed back by a delay of game. Will they make a regulation distance extra point tonight?
I don't know, but unfortunately, their penalties are not as costly as our penalties have been.
Yeah. So now it's not Noah Grant on to attempt this extra point. It is Robert Cheremcha, the redshirt freshman out of Christopher Columbus High School here in Miami. The kick is good. And with 14:49 to go in the first half, FIU takes a 14-3 lead over Bethune-Cookman. That FIU scoring drive was as follows. As I click on the wrong tab on the stat sheet. 15 plays, 89 yards, covering 7 minutes and 4 seconds of game clock across the quarter break. And you know what? The Wildcats have no one but themselves to blame for those 2 penalties that extended the drive.
I mean, those are the type of drives you want. A drive that takes up virtually half of a whole quarter and was almost, as far as penalty-wise, was almost perfect. And like you said, it was our penalties that put us into a position. We should have been off the field.
We had a sack on third down and a late hit penalty, and inadvertent as it was, cost the Wildcats dearly, and now they're looking at a 14-3 deficit. I want to see the offense start to sling the rock a little bit more. I think after that first drive where they had 2 really nice completions over the middle, they've gone away from it. They went to the run and then the screen pass. Go vertical. Let these receivers that are fast and speedy and agile do their thing and get some separation.
Well, one of the things I will say is that normally what we've seen in our first games over the past 2 seasons has been very vanilla. So I'm happy to see that the Wildcats are kind of opening up their playbook just a little bit to show off what we can do.
Noah Grant to kick off for FIU, right to left. Once again, Marquis Johnson will be back in the end zone to field it. It'll be a low kick, rolling towards the end zone and go out of bounds, and an illegal kick on FIU.
We'll take the yardage. We'll take the yardage.
Well, that's the first time I've seen that this year. Interesting that they intentionally scrubbed it away from Marquis Johnson.
No, I don't think that they necessarily scrubbed it. I think what they were trying to do, they were trying to put him in a position to trap him in the corner and be able to converge on him that way. However, it was off. Ball goes out of bounds. A procedure penalty. And we get the ball at 35.
If it's a little loud, the FIU student section is literally right in front of us.
And they're blowing whistles. So those whistles are not the referees you hear. They're the students.
All right. Well, the Wildcats, after that penalty, will take the ball up to the 35-yard line. And we have a change at quarterback. It's the redshirt senior, Timmy McLean, Arkansas State, UCF, USF. He's been everywhere, man. And now he brings his talents to Bethune-Cookman.
A different style. It's a different quarterback, different style to play. So let's see what Timmy McLean can do.
He'll be more more an RPO-focused guy. He'll hand the ball off and a dive up the middle, and nowhere to go, just a 1-yard run.
Tripped up, by Antonio Patterson. Got in there, made the play, came downhill quick to only for what? A gain of 1.
Gain of 1. Second down and 9 for the FIU 36. The run game hasn't been great for the Wildcats yet tonight, outside that one run by Marquis Johnson. McLean takes the handoff, steps back, has to roll to his left.
It's a
holding call coming. He
coming.
lays it down the field. That pass is caught by Gerald Campbell at the FIU 40, but that's going to come all the way back for a BCU hold.
All the way back.
You saw it almost before the referees did.
I saw it. Listen, the holding's going to be on our tight end, number 18, Miles Morales. And you have to understand, when you are, whether you're a tight end or a lineman, once that defensive player starts to pull away from you, you have to let go. It is going to be called every single time.
So that'll negate a gain of about 40 yards for the Wildcats and put them all the way back at the 26-yard line. 10-yard penalty, second down and 19 for the Wildcats. That makes 4 penalties for 35 yards on BCU in the opening half. Now second and a quarter mile, second and 19. McLean takes the snap, hands the ball off to the left-hand side, almost breaking through there.
Almost getting back to the original line of scrimmage.
There's a Wildcat running back in the game that's not on my 2-deep. So they're switching it up a little bit. In fact, there's not a Wildcat on the roster that wears number 19. So I don't know who that is in the backfield. We love this gig, don't we? Third down and 13 for the Wildcats now.
The name of the game, last minute jersey changes.
Down to 10 on the play clock. Second and 13 for the Wildcats, down 14-3, 13 and a half to go in the second quarter. McLean, deep, drop, throw, incomplete, looking for Gerald Campbell. Campbell was looking for a flag on Antonio Patterson, and it's incomplete, and the Wildcats will have to punt. Another penalty kills Bethune-Cookman here in this first half.
Listen, and that penalty we had, that one was avoidable. That one was avoidable. McLean had time. He sat in the pocket as long as he could. He rolled out a little bit to extend the play and then eventually found a man downfield running wide open. That is what his ability he's able to do. But undisciplined play, holding penalty, negates another drive.
Max Tulin, the Australian, punting from his own 20. He'll get that away. It's a nice punt.
Good punt.
Pushing back to the 20-yard line. Jean-Pierre's going to bring it out. He's going to be knocked down at the 25. It's only a 4-yard return. Great job by the 2-up men there for BCU.
Getting to the ball quickly because you don't want to have, if you're struggling on offense and defense, one of the last places you want to have any type of lapses is on special teams.
Jay Cummings, the cornerback, is there to make the tackle. We'll go to break, and when we come back, the Florida International Panthers will have the ball up 14-3 with 13-19 to go in the first half. This is Bethune-Cookman University football here on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE. Back at FIU, Pitbull Stadium, it's 14-3 FIU over Bethune-Cookman as we get set to hand the ball back to the FIU offense after a Wildcat drive was stunted by another penalty, a holding call on Miles Morales on a pass that went for about 35 yards for Bethune-Cookman, would have put them deep in FIU territory, ended up pushing them back. They couldn't overcome 2nd down and 19, and that was that.
That's basically the definition of shooting yourself in the foot. You have a quarterback who was able to keep a drive alive. However, undisciplined penalties will do it to you every time.
Here we go. Keon Jenkins back in at quarterback for FIU. Anthony Carey, the redshirt sophomore transfer from Georgia Tech, is to his right in the formation. 2 receivers to the right. FIU will have it at their own 25-yard line going left to right. 13-19 to go in the first half. Jenkins has plenty of time. Now a pocket breaks down. He's looking, he's throwing the screen pass right-hand side wide open to a receiver. That's the tight end, Braden Statton. He's going to get a first down out past the 40 and run out of bounds at the 43-yard line.
Now this is what I need. I need our officials to be calling the same thing. I'm seeing some holding. I'm seeing some jersey tugging that we got called for.
Yeah, almost got back there. This time they'll fake the handoff. Jenkins rolls out left, looking, almost intercepted. Oh, no. Wow.
Tyreek
Hollinger, the transfer from Presbyterian, the redshirt freshman, had it in his hands and just plumb dropped it. That's 2 tonight that the Wildcats have just dropped. Potential interceptions.
Perfectly, dropped back into his zone and made a play on the ball and just couldn't hang on to it. That's 2 INTs dropped today. 2 of them.
The Wildcats defense has actually not been bad. It's penalties and dropped interceptions that have been their undoing so far.
No, they've been playing pretty disciplined ball up front.
13 minutes to go. 14-3 FIU. They'll hand the ball off, and in the backfield, nowhere to go is Owens, and he'll lose a yard.
A great swarm by the Wildcat defense, sniffing that play out. Took long to develop, gave the Wildcats enough time to get to the backfield for a tackle for loss.
Montravius Lloyd got back in there along with Steven Sparrow to make the tackle. I've been impressed with Lloyd so far.
Yeah, he's been making his way into a lot of plays, pursuing the ball and making sure that the Wildcats don't get beat within the run game.
Wildcats trying to get off the field. 3rd and 11 for FIU at their own 42-yard line. Clap, snap. Jenkins drops back. Now avoids the pressure. Steps up, dumps it short to Carey. He's got it across the 50 to the Wildcat 45 and stiff arms his way out of bounds outside of Joshua Thornhill. First down FIU. Man, the Wildcats can't get a 3rd down stop to save their skins tonight.
Well, that was just an easy check down. He just kind of snuck through the line, just waited. Flow went away. He turned his numbers to the quarterback. Quarterback hits him wide open.
They're on the move again. Hand off Carey. He's pushing forward to the Wildcat 40-yard line. A gain of 4. Correction, gain of 3. And it's 2nd down and 7.
Host of Wildcats there for that stop. They're doing a line change now. I mean, so far the Wildcats aren't giving up too much. So hopefully we can end this drive with the stop.
New running back in the game for FIU, Devontae Lyons, the redshirt freshman out of St. Augustine, Florida, and St. Augustine High School, up in our neck of the woods.
Yep.
4 down lineman for BCU. The handoff goes to Joseph. No, they're going to play action it over the middle, wide open. McNeil at the 20, running free at the 15, finally tackled at the 10. He sold me on that play action fake. It was so good, and the defense was none better. Kyle McNeil all day the way down to the 10-yard line, 1st and goal for FIU.
Just one of those quick pull and pops. Normally it's like some of the stuff that we run. It looked like a play we run. Same thing.
Jenkins screen pass, left-hand side. Catch, makes a man miss down at the 5.
Watts with the stop. Watts getting out to the flat with the stop.
Trying to see who made that catch for FIU. It was Shaborn Demps made the catch. 2nd and goal from the 5. The handoff up the middle. Lions
TFL.
Not getting anywhere. Great job by Timothy Gully. He just stayed in the gap, wrapped him up, and dropped him.
That's what you need. You need to be able to shoot the gaps and maintain control and to be able to stop the running game.
A.J. Hall comes back in on the defensive line, replacing LaRon Davis. It'll be 3rd down and goal for FIU from the 7-yard line. Let's see if we can get a half stop here and force him to kick. 14-0, 14-3 FIU. 10 minutes to go in the first half, and the FIU Panthers are looking for more here. 3rd and goal from the Wildcats 7, attacking the end zone to listeners left. Live on the play clock. Jenkins takes the snap, looking. Under pressure, escapes up the middle. He's going to try and run for it. He makes a man miss, and he is...
Down at the 2. Nope, down at the 2.
Looks like he's down at the 1. Oh, nope, they say he's into the end zone for a touchdown.
No, he was not. He was down.
Well, it doesn't matter because it's called a touchdown by the line judge. Keon Jenkins with a little Houdini act to escape the pocket, and he'll score for Florida International.
Here we go.
We're looking at it on the replay.
He's down.
It depends on where the ball was.
Coach Woody wants a review. He wants a review of the play. He's asking for a replay. He wants a review.
They're lined up to kick it with Robert Cheremka.
That play needs to be reviewed. It needs to be reviewed.
So we are waiting for review.
Rolled into the end zone. He was stopped about at the 2-yard line, no less than the 1, and then rolled into the end zone.
And it took a long time for the line judge to even... Now they are going to review, but it took a long time for the line judge to make that decision. He ran all the way to the pile, looked, and then signaled.
And then signaled. But he was down. He was down. Ladies and gentlemen, we're looking at the replay right now from the end zone. And, yep.
Oh, from that angle, he looks like he's in, to be fair.
Now, this is the only thing that'll work against the Wildcats, is if they say that he wasn't down due to the fact that he rolled over on the defensive player.
Yeah, it looks like he did.
That's the only way that they will be able to call this a touchdown, if they say that he wasn't down due to the fact that he rolled over on the defensive player into the end zone.
But again, a drive where the Wildcats forced the Panthers into multiple 3rd and longs and just can't get off the field. And that's partially attributed to the really good quarterbacking play under pressure from Keon Jenkins. Jenkins has been under pressure from the VCU defensive line pretty much every time he drops back, but he's been able to move the pocket, escape, find checkdowns, and just play good football.
Yeah, I mean, and give a little credit to the here we come with the call from the referee.
Let's see. It looks like the touchdown is going to stand as they're out for the extra point.
Touchdown's going to stand. It is going to stand.
So with 9:23 to go in the first half, it's 20-3 FIU. Cheremka on for the extra point. We've had 2 extra points gone back 5 yards for penalties. This one is clean and good. And 9 minutes and 43 seconds on the clock, and the Wildcats go down again. It's 21-3 with 9:43 to go in the first half. BCU can't get out of their own way here in the season opener. We'll take a break and be right back. This is Bethune-Cookman football on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE. Well, FIU jumps on top 21-3 over Bethune-Cookman with 9 minutes and 43 seconds left to go in this evening's first half. That FIU scoring drive, 9 plays, 75 yards, 3 minutes and 36 seconds off the clock. The 3 drives for FIU today have all been touchdowns. 7 plays, 76 yards, 15 plays, 89 yards, and 9 plays, 75 yards. And the Wildcats, outside of that first drive, have really not played bad defensively despite all 3 being touchdowns. It's penalties and the inability to get stops on 3rd and long.
Yeah, and I think one of the things we have to look at, we have to give credit to the FIU line for being able to just reset that line of scrimmage for positive plays. Also, what makes a great play action pass and a play action play? Doing the same thing the same way every time. And that's what Keon Jenkins has been able to do. He's like, every time, you don't know, his play actions are so fluid. You don't know if he has the ball or if he's handed it off.
And it doesn't matter what back is in the backfield. Like, we've seen Owens, we've seen Carey, we've seen Lyons. All have been very good.
Absolutely, absolutely. And they've had more positive plays than they've had negative plays. So that's also like a plus in the FIU book.
Well, the FIU Panthers get set to kick it away. Back in the end zone, high and shallow, caught on the move by Johnson at the 20, looking for a gap to the 25. He's going to be pushed backwards at the 26-yard line. I'd like to see Johnson trying to reverse field on one of these. He's been running into the car crashes right in the middle of that blocking scheme. If he maybe tries to go around the edge, might find some more space there.
He might, and then sometimes, what they try to do is they try to set some stuff up for later down the road for him to be able to get some extra yardage. Because we got to remember, sometimes these athletes are being told what to do, how to do for specific things for later on in the game.
Let's see who's in at quarterback. It's Timmy McClain, the redshirt senior out of Sanford, Florida, transfer from Arkansas State and UCF. 1st and 10 for the Wildcats. They'll spot the ball at your own 27-yard line, going left to right, 3 by 1, left to right, the receivers. McClain keeps it on the RPO. Nowhere to go. He's going to lose 2 yards back to the 25-yard line. Nothing doing there. LeSierre Luter was there. Keegan Davis and also Dante Anderson all there to make the tackle for Florida International.
A little veer read. McClain saw that he thought he could pull it, but unfortunately the Panthers swallowed that play up from the jump.
So now it's 2nd down and 12 after a loss of 2 on that RPO. 2 by 2, the receivers, ball right hash. Juan Rodriguez is back in at running back onto the right hip. Now he'll go in motion out to the left-hand side. McClain under pressure, throws middle, caught by Bun Ross at the 31-yard line. He'll fall forward to the 32. And that'll bring up 3rd down and medium after a 7-yard pickup.
Well, way to go to be able to stand in the pocket, very composed. I mean, that's what you get when you have a quarterback that's played at high levels of football. He's able to stay composed in the pocket and deliver a strike across the middle for positive yardage.
3rd and 5. Wildcats trying to avoid going 3 and out for the 3rd straight drive since getting that field goal on their opening possession of the ball game. They're at their own 32-yard line. McClain takes the snap, immediately under pressure from the outside. He throws back across his body. The pass is caught at the 31-yard line. Breaking a tackle is Rodriguez, and he's going to be short of the 1st down marker. He got to the 35, needed the 37. He's 2 yards short. They might keep the offense on the field here on 4th and 2.
At this time and in this place, where do you have to lose?
They're going to punt.
They're going to.
And I kind of would want to see it, right? Yeah, you're deep in your own territory, but at this point, the game is basically become an extended practice session. And try and figure out what you're going to do. And that's really all these first 2 weeks, maybe even 3 weeks are, as you got Miami next week and South Carolina State the week after.
I think that one of the things, though, you want to see the people who are going to be playing for you for the bulk of this season. You want to see what they can do as far as adversity and coming through.
Tulin gets the punt away. Fair catch called for and taken by Jean-Pierre at the 25-yard line of FIU. So FIU, 3 drives, 3 touchdowns. They're back on the offensive side again.
Penalty on the far side of the field.
And it might be on the offense. We'll see. They didn't stop the play. Illegal formation on BCU. Another penalty for Bethune-Cookman, their 6th of the contest.
Illegal formation typically means they didn't have enough men on the line of scrimmage.
correction, their 5th of the contest. The one was picked up earlier in the game.
Yes.
On the running into the returner. But it's still going to be another 3-and-out for Bethune-Cookman. Bethune-Cookman's drive, since that opening drive where they went 7 plays, 62 yards to kick the field goal, went 4 plays and 22 yards and a punt, 3 plays, -3 yards and a punt, 3 plays, 8 yards and a punt.
You have to be able to extend drives and get out of drives.
1st and 10 to the 30 for FIU. Bobbling the snap is Jenkins. Wide open is the screen pass on the right-hand side. And up to the 40-yard line goes the receiver, coming in late to make the stop for the Wildcats.
Tim Gully.
Gully? It looked like
Gully.
Jeremy Greaves was also in there.
Yeah, Tim Gully was the main one to clean it all up, getting to the ball. You know, you like to see that. You like to be able to see your interior lineman get from the inside of the field out to the flat to be able to help clean up any type of run that might come after the catch.
It's still a 10-yard pickup and a 1st down. Delayed handoff left-hand side to Devontae Lyons. Lyons is stacked up after a gain of 5. Gully was in there again along with Cornelius Bass and Keon Clark for the Wildcats.
But let me tell you what the Wildcats, part of what the Wildcats are doing, what they're seeing. Because this is kind of like an RPO offense and you can run, you can pass, you can pitch the ball at any time, they have to be very disciplined in what they're doing. So they can't just always just run to the ball. They have to be able to sit because the defensive mindset is if the flow goes away, you stay put for anything that might come back your way.
2nd and 5 for FIU from the 45-yard line of their own. Jet sweep, left-hand side. Kyle McNeil turns the corner to the 50, 45, and in traffic, and down to the 35-yard line of Bethune-Cookman before he's finally wrestled down by Malik Stinnett.
Had a jet sweep coming back the opposite direction. Had motion going one way. Jet sweep came back the other for a decent-sized play getting into Wildcat territory.
They go to the BCU 35-yard line, waiting for confirmation of how long that play was. It was about 20 yards. 1st and 10 for FIU from the BCU 35. Diamond formation in the backfield. Fake the handoff. Jenkins going long, incomplete. A lot of contact between the receiver, Tyson Carter, and the defensive back in coverage, Antoine Watts. No flag flies. 2nd and 10.
Incidental contact. They're not going to too much call that. I think I saw Nick Rawls in coverage as well.
That ball was also thrown pretty far ahead of the receiver, so I don't think he was going to get to it either way.
Either way, but it wasn't it wasn't intentional, the contact. So typically the refs can be lenient. And
that last rush for McNeil was exactly 20 yards. 2nd down and 10 for FIU at the BCU 35, going right to left. Jenkins hands off Lyons. Big hole off the right-hand side. 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. Nobody was ready for it on that right-hand side of the line, and it's easy as you like for FIU right now.
Yeah, I mean, it is a different version of the offense what we used to run when I played under Coach Alvin Shine Wyatt. Basically, if the defensive player does something, whatever he does, you counter. So if he cuts down and shoots down hard, then you're going to pull that ball. If he does anything else other than that, you typically give it. And the running back was able to bounce it out off the right tackle and just take it to the house.
27-3, now 28-3 as Kremencha gets the extra point across. 5:17 to go in the first half. FIU 28, Bethune-Cookman 3. And we came into the game talking about all the times that Bethune-Cookman has beat this FIU team. And, I mean, this is not the same Bethune-Cookman Wildcats that beat. I mean, those were nationally ranked Bethune-Cookman teams in 02, 03, 2014, 2013. Like FCS national ranked teams that went to the playoffs, that won HBCU national titles in those days. BCU football has been down for the better part of the last 5 years, and it's not the same team.
Well, I can say this. I was on that first BCU team, that first season of FIU, having football in their athletics. And, of course, they were a new team just coming together. For us, we had been playing together for at least 2 to 3 years, and we had a very good knowledge of our offense, very good knowledge of our defense, how things ran and operated. And we came in with unwavering, not cockiness, but confidence.
Yeah.
We came in with unwavering confidence about what our abilities were and what we were going to do. And so when I was here, we played them once in Daytona. We played them once down here. When we played them here, we were actually in Fort Lauderdale at the soccer stadium before it got built up a little bit more. But over the years, the FIU program has grown. And over the years, the Bethune-Cookman program has grown, except we have gone through a lot of a transition over these past couple of years, and we are hoping to get back to our former selves. Back in the day, we used to say return to glory. And so right now, the Wildcats are trying to return to those glory days and give us some wins here.
An FIU scoring drive of 70 yards covering 5 plays in 2 minutes and 12 seconds. That's the quickest drive of the game for FIU. And it seems that the Wildcats on defense have just kind of been worn down. The offense hasn't been able to sustain anything, and the defense has been on the field, and eventually you just get worn down. And how many times did we see that last year? We see the same exact thing play out, where the offense can't stay on the field, can't sustain drives, basically has no identity, and the defense just can't hold on.
Now, I'm going to tell you this. In the passing game, now, we have not given up a sack. Right? So in the passing game, the Wildcats offensive line has held strong, giving the quarterback time to throw. Now, on the last drive, McLean had made 2 great passes, one check down to the running back, another one with the receiver dragging across the center of the field. So if we are giving our quarterback time, they will make the plays. So hopefully our coaches will come back to those things, and let's see if we can be successful in getting these positive plays to sustain these drives.
Wildcats 104 total yards, 72 through the air, 32 on the ground, and 20 of those 32 yards on one run by Marquis Johnson back in the first quarter. FIU 291 total yards as the kickoff is going to go out the back of the end zone. 163 through the pass, 128 through the run. It's been a very balanced attack for FIU, as you would expect from a Willie Simmons coached team that likes to run that RPO style.
Absolutely. One of the things that Willie Simmons is going to try to do, he's going to try to keep you off balance. When you think it's going to be a run, he wants to pass. When you think it's going to be a pass, he wants to run. And when you think it's going to be a run, he wants to screen. And so ultimately, as an offensive unit, that's what you want to do to your the defense. You don't want the defense to get on balance and understand and know what you're going to do. So hopefully the Wildcats can gain and sustain this drive into this second quarter.
28-3 FIU, 5:17 to go first half. Wildcats, a flag on the play. It's going to be a delay of game. That'll back the Wildcats up, so it'll be a 1st and 15 at their own 20. That'll be the 6th penalty of this first half.
And, sometimes depending upon it, when you are is a change of possession, you have to watch when that clock starts, because sometimes you think it starts a little bit later than what it actually does.
1st and 15 from the 20. McLean takes the snap, throws far side. That pass is complete to Ricky Shaw, the second, but after he makes the catch, he had nowhere to turn to as he was belted down immediately. Gain of 3 for the Wildcats.
Met by two DBs as soon as he turned around. But the good thing, what did he do? He secured the ball for positive yardage.
2nd down and 11. Gain that officially 4. Ball left hash. Here comes the blitz. McLean under pressure, throws it to the far side. It's caught by the running back out of the backfield, Marquis Johnson, but he's buried as nothing was doing on that play out to the far sideline. It's one of the best names of any player in the country. Mr. Clark was all over Johnson, and now it's 3rd down and 12 after a loss of 1.
Well, that one he had to get rid of pretty quickly. The defensive line got on him pretty fast. So we're back in third down territory.
3rd down and 12. Snap to McLean. He's got time in the pocket. Throws a curl route. That's going to be caught at the 40-yard line.
For a first down.
Ricky Shaw has had all 3 targets on this drive, and for the first time since early in the first quarter, it's a Wildcat first down.
First down. Okay, so now the Wildcats have a new set of downs, have a little bit of field behind them to work with and in front of them to work with, so hopefully we can continue this.
Ashton Lavelle's made the tackle on Shaw, who transfers in from Wofford in the offseason, originally from Jacksonville, Florida. 1st and 10 for the Wildcats at their own 41, going left to right, 3:40 to go in a first half where they are trail 28-3. Lots of pre-snap motion, handoff right-hand side. Nice hole from Marquis Johnson. He invites contact right at the 50 and pushes forward for first down yardage at the FIU 47-yard line.
2 plays, 2 first downs.
And Marquis Johnson, man, when he gets a lane,
he's gone.
He can motor.
He's gone. That's what you like to see.
He'll be on the left hip of McLean. 1st and 10 to the FIU 47. Fake the jet sweep to the cutting Shaw. McLean goes out to Shaw on the left-hand side, turns the corner, 35-40, and all the way down to the 35-yard line. Make it the 33 for another BCU first down.
Okay, the Wildcats are getting into a little rhythm now. McLean, he's got the ice in his veins, keeping this drive alive.
Yeah, and Ricky Shaw, where'd he come from? 4 catches on this drive.
Hey, whatever is working for the Wildcats, let's keep doing it.
They'll bring the tight end Morales in on the right-hand side of the offensive line. Marquis Johnson's on the right hip of McLean. 3 receivers in the pattern. The handoff to Johnson, no, kept by McLean, diving up the middle to the 30-yard line. Gain of 5, 2nd and 5.
McLean with a little quarterback keeper up the middle.
That's the first time we've really gone true RPO look, and I kind of liked it. The linebacker was kind of confused on that one.
Yeah, I think what we have here from the ref, I think what we're doing is we're seeing some tempo things. I think we got away from the tempo earlier in the game, and Coach Woody's going to want to put some points on the board before we go into halftime.
Yeah, and we'll get to the 2-minute warning. And yeah, they're not going to snap the ball again. A good drive for the Wildcats for the first time since the opening series of the season. What do you think has gone right for the Wildcats on this drive? Right quickly before we go to break for the 2-minute warning.
Well, one of the things I think we have to remember is that as a crew, the Wildcats are still trying to figure things out. This is the first time that they've played against someone else other than themselves. So this is the first real competition we've had since FAMU of last year at the Classic. And so now you have different groups, different personnel, plug and play. You're trying to see what everybody's abilities are, what they're able to do, how they're able to fare in this type of situation. So you have to be patient in these type of things. But the Wildcats right now are handling themselves well as we are here at the 2-minute timeout, hoping to punch it in before the half.
Wildcats down 28-3 at the 2-minute timeout of the first half here at FIU. We'll take a break and be right back. This is Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE. Two-minute timeout here in the first half at Pitbull Stadium on the campus of Florida International University. It's all FIU, 28-3 over Bethune-Cookman. But a great drive put together by BCU to end this half under the direction of quarterback Timmy McLean. Currently 6 plays, 46 yards, and they are at the FIU 30-yard line with a 2nd down and 5 coming up. The standout on this drive has been the redshirt junior transfer from Wofford, Ricky Shaw. He has 3 catches for 35 yards with an 18-yard long on this drive.
So the Wildcats are here trying to sustain this drive, get it punched in for 6 as we're coming out of this 2-minute timeout before we go into the half.
Second and 5. Wildcats at the FIU 30 going left to right. Maroon helmets, gold jerseys, white pants. FIU blue helmets, navy blue jerseys, and gold pants as well. Timmy McClain remains in at quarterback. One man in motion across the formation left to right. McClain looking, rolls to his left under pressure, and he's going to roll all the way out of bounds for a loss of about 6 or 7. Just never threw the ball away.
No, in those type of situations, it's best just to throw the ball away instead of taking negative yards on a play like that. He stood in the pocket, tried to wait for his receiver. That was like a coverage sack for the Panthers.
But now it's 3rd and 9 all the way back at the 34, and the Wildcat drive is now in jeopardy here. Wildcats have not been great on 3rd and long in the ball game.
15 on the play.
Yeah, don't have a 3rd down conversion in the game. No, correction, they're 2 of 6 on 3rd down in the game. This will be a 3rd down and 9 from the 34. McClain 3 to the right, 1 to the left. Ball left hash, takes the snap. He's going to throw the one-on-one deep ball down the left-hand side. It is.
Caught.
Did he catch that?
Caught that. It's a catch.
Jenkins at the 5-yard line, plus the pass interference right along the sideline.
Let's go.
Didn't I call him in the pregame show?
Let's go.
Guard Zoe Jenkins.
Listen, let me tell you something. If that is a person, we need to get the ball in their hands. Lorenzo Jenkins has some of the surest hands on this team, and he just proved it. This is, you know what they would say? That young man just got mossed.
He just mossed the best player on that defense, all-conference cornerback Brian Blades, and puts the Wildcats at the 6-yard line, 1st and goal.
Wildcats knocking at the door of a touchdown.
Marquis Johnson in the backfield alongside the quarterback, Timmy McClain at the 6-yard line, 1st and goal. Man in motion left to right, handoff. And Marquis Johnson looks like he had a hold of the left, didn't take it, tried to go right up the middle, maybe got 1 to the 5.
Just about 1, a gain of 1 or so.
Johnny Chaney Jr., the former FAMU Rattler, has really haunted the Wildcats today as FIU takes their first timeout of the half. Remember, the Wildcats burned 2 in the first half, first quarter, excuse me. Let me see if I can pick up Chaney's numbers real quick. Chaney, now 5 tackles, 3 of them solo and a tackle for loss in the first half as he is tormenting his old foe.
Listen, I mean, there's a reason why Coach Simmons went after him now. There's a reason why Coach Simmons went after him. He understands that that young man can get to the ball, not just can get to the ball, will get to the ball.
Okay, 2nd down and 5 here as they get set to go again. This is big not just for the offensive players, but for Dante Pimpleton, right, the offensive coordinator. Can he call the right plays to get into the end zone here?
Well, we are soon about to see. And, I mean, so far he's called a really good and balanced game. It's just now we have to execute to be able to get into the end zone.
The freshman Chino Rodriguez is going to come in at running back on the right hip of McClain. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the near side right. That's Malik Huggins. 2nd and goal from the 5 for the Wildcats. McClain takes the snap, fakes the handoff, looks to throw to the corner of the end zone, incomplete. No flag as Malik Huggins was one-on-one coverage with Ashton Lavelles, and he slipped down right at the goal line.
He slipped coming out of his break. He was open. When you run those type of what they call whip routes, you have to be able to come out that break. They had the spacing they needed, but he just couldn't stay up.
3rd down and goal for the Wildcats from the FIU 5. McClain with the freshman Rodriguez on his left hip. Fake the handoff. McClain rolling left. Has protection to the numbers. Throws the ball away, and it's 4th and goal. Do you want to see him go for it here or take the points? And they'll take the points. They're not even going to let you answer that. But what would you have done if you were the offensive coordinator?
I mean, at this point in time, you know, the safe thing is to take the points. But I think we still have a little momentum behind us. I would like to see us try to do something to get into the end zone, to help build our confidence as we go into the half.
That was a rough sequence from the 5-yard line.
It was. We had it, but Huggins slipped.
We'll go over that whole sequence in a second as Juan Dominguez is on to attempt his 2nd field goal of the game. This will be a 25-yarder. It's almost blocked, but it is up and good. And the Wildcats score for the 2nd time tonight with 1 minute and 29 seconds to go. It's 28-6, Florida International over Bethune Cookman. A better drive that time for BCU. 12 plays, 70 yards, 3 minutes and 48 seconds off the clock. But I want to go through that whole sequence from the first and goal at the 5, run, pass, McClain under pressure, forced to throw it away.
Yeah, I think one of the things that has been happening up front is that the Panthers defensive line have been able to close those running gaps down. So they've been able to play gap defense very, very good tonight. So when you think that there's a lane to run through, no, there isn't, because they're closing down. So when we have a person who's very skilled, like Marquis Johnson, he gets there, but he's only going to get about 2 or 3 yards. So, unfortunately, we have that. Then, of course, the catch thus far, that put us in that position. And then Malik Huggins coming out that whip route, or the trace route, as some people like to call it. He lost his footing, and, of course, unfortunately, that
Juan Dominguez kicking off to Sequan Jean-Pierre, who's at the goal line. Dominguez kicking left to right, balls in the air. Jean-Pierre's going to meet it at the 8-yard line, bring it out on the right hashes. He's got a lane to the 25 to the 30, steps across, a flag flies, and he'll be down at the 37-yard line. And we'll see what the penalty is. Sequan Jean-Pierre is no slouch at returner. He's the preseason Special Teams Player of the Year in Conference USA. And it's going to be holding on FIU to push them back from the 37 all the way back near the 20-yard line. We'll see where they actually spot the ball. Because that's one of those tricky, spot of the foul penalties where you don't know where the foul was thrown, so you don't know where they're going to spot you. But, but how does the offensive momentum that the Wildcats have shown on that last drive, can the defense take any of it and get a stop? Because 4 straight FIU drives in this game, 4 touchdowns for the Panthers.
Well, this is probably the longest the defense has been able to sit in this first half, and so they should be rested and knowing that FIU is going to go 2-minute offense, so they're going to be moving very quickly. So they have to be ready to play and ready to react on anything the offense does.
After the penalty, they'll spot the ball at the 23-yard line. Jenkins takes the belt-high snap. His first read isn't there. His second read isn't there, and he just throws the ball out of bounds as the pressure was coming off the backside from LaRon Davis.
The Wildcat defensive, that front four just kept coming and clawing at him and didn't let him get open. So the Wildcats defense did what they had to do.
They're just going to have a game clock issue. They're going to reset it to 1 minute and 17 seconds as the clock ran on that incomplete pass
where it should have stopped. Yeah.
Here we go. 2nd and 10 now for FIU. They're at their own 23, going right to left. 1:17 to go in the first half. 2 timeouts still for Coach Willie Simmons and the Panthers. Jenkins takes the snap. Looks to throw, throws quick over the middle as once again the pressure was breaking down. He finds Devontae Lyons on a check down, but Steven Sparrow hit him immediately for no gain, 3rd down and 10.
That's real good by Steven Captain Jack Sparrow there, being able to make sure that check down man did not pick up any extra yardage.
We have a down Wildcat. It's A.J. Hall.
I think we got some cramping out there.
I wouldn't be surprised, right? It's the real feel's up in the mid-90s with, it looks like he's just getting stretched out by the athletic training staff. Hopefully AJ is okay. And 1:07 to go. It's going to be 3rd and 10 for FIU at their own 23. Can we get off the field on 3rd down? FIU's 4 of 4 on 3rd down of the game. Of course, one of them we had the sack, but the penalty negated it. But other than that, it's just been chaos on 3rd down. They just can't cover everybody.
No, it's been real difficult in those areas, because typically when FIU gets into that 3rd down territory, they've usually been able to pass the ball, find the open man, get the 1st down. So right now we are there. We are in 3rd down territory, right? So we are looking to get the stop, and if we get the stop, maybe we can put 3, hopefully 6 on the board with about a minute to go.
So the last 2 plays, I will say this about the defense, right? I've called the last 2 plays through the binoculars because they're on the far side of the field.
Yeah.
And McLean, I can see his eyes. He looks to his first read, it's not there. He looks to his second read, he's not there. One time he threw it away, one time he took a 1-yard check down. So I really think all that defensive pressure is because of the secondary is doing a great job.
Yeah, and that's what, and now if he gets sacked in those particular situations, that's what you call a coverage sack. Because why? The defense typically is either playing good man or has very good zone coverage where they're passing the receivers along to the next defender into the next zone, which takes a lot of communication. And you don't want to throw the ball into that because you'll ultimately set yourself up for getting the ball intercepted.
3rd and 10 for FIU at their own 23-yard line, going right to left. 1:08 to go in this first half. They'll put everybody out wide. 2 to the left, 2 to the right. Dallas Payne, the tight end, all the way to the right-hand side. Jenkins under pressure, steps up, tries to run, gets a block, throws middle, incomplete.
Incomplete.
The crucial, not interception, but intervention by Gabe White to bat that ball away from the intended receiver, Alex Perry. And finally, the Wildcats get off the field on third down.
Field. And this is if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time FIU has punted tonight.
Yep. It should be Trey Wilhoit, the punter, former Florida A&M punter. Willie Simmons has brought like 4 or 5 former FAMU players here to FIU to begin his tenure for the Panthers. Wilhoit will punt with his heels on the 10-yard line. Malik Huggins at his own 35 back to return. Huggins housed a punt return touchdown. Flag on the snap. Huggins will bring it out at the 30, tripped up at the 34-yard line by the up man. There is a flag on the play all the way back near the line of scrimmage. They didn't blow the play dead, so it might be offsides here.
That was a beautiful punt that made Huggins have to backpedal. Oh, false start.
Oh no, illegal formation.
Legal formation.
Too many men in the backfield.
Legal formation, excuse me.
So it'll be Bethune-Cookman to be on offense again. 1 timeout, 54 seconds. I'd like to see us run the 2-minute drill here, try and get something out of it.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have Timmy McLean coming back out.
Remember, coming up at the half, we'll take a break. We'll hear from Daryl Natil to see what he saw on the sideline. We'll have Around the SWAC. We'll catch up on what Bethune-Cookman volleyball and cross country did earlier today. All that and more, and a recap of the first half coming up on the CatEye Network halftime report. McLean alone in the backfield. 4 receivers, now 5 to aim at as the tight end goes in motion. Jet sweep to Marquis Johnson. He's got a lane at the 45, right side to the 50. In a crowd of bodies, a first down. For BCU up at the 48-yard line, of FIU. Victor Evans made the tackle along with Demetrius Hill. First down, BCU.
No flags.
Deep drop for McLean. He'll
right there,
roll
right
left,
there.
Throw
right
middle.
There.
He's got it. Caught at the 35, down towards the 30. Clock stops on the move of the change, 33 seconds. I did speak incorrectly earlier. The Wildcats don't have a timeout. 33 seconds left. They quickly rush up to the line and spike it with 30 seconds. The clock is still running, by the way. Somebody wake up the clock operator. I know it's late.
Thank you. It should be 33 seconds. They need to reset it to 33 seconds. Oh, they said reset it to 31.
Yeah. I know it's almost 10 o'clock and we're still in the first half, but hey, clock operator, that's the second or third time you've done that. Please pay attention.
Let's talk about the heads-up play from the offensive unit, getting to the ball and getting set.
I didn't even know who made that catch. I couldn't see it. Let me see if the live stats have it. It was a pass to Malik Huggins. Going down the field to the 10-yard line. Huggins, did he keep his feet in bounds at the 10-yard line? Yes, he did.
Yes, he did.
Oh, he dragged his feet.
Yes, they are
great job by Malik Huggins. Correction, Javon Ross. The sophomore Ross, they'll get back up to the line quickly. 24 yards on the completion, down to the 10-yard line. McLean, handoff, Johnson, middle, and whistles in a stoppage of play. And they're going to review the potential catch by Javon Ross. They were quick to get up to the line to try and snap it, to try and get ahead of it. In real time, it didn't look like he caught it. We're looking at the replay now. It's a great throw, back shoulder, far sideline.
Yo, that looks good to me.
No, I disagree. I know we're looking through it through maroon and gold colored glasses, but it looks out of bounds to me. Ross is streaking from left to right at the 10-yard line. Does he keep his feet in bounds? Well, that angle isn't going to help. The camera didn't get over there fast enough. So we've only got this one back angle. He's got the ball there. Does he keep his feet in bounds?
I think he keeps his feet in bounds.
Once again, it was ruled a catch on the field, so there has to be sufficient evidence to overturn it. And from that one backside angle we have, I'm not sure they have enough evidence to overturn it.
And both officials came and conferred that it was a catch.
Immediately. And the back judge ran in first,
And so hopefully that helps the cause and that there's not enough evidence to be able to overturn. But that was just an excellent play by Marquis Johnson.
It was Ross on the catch.
Ross.
Yeah. If this is confirmed, it'll be first down and goal for the Wildcats from the 8-yard line. 31 seconds to go first half, down 28-6.
And so actually, and it's good, and let me tell you why. Because the play that we tried to run immediately after probably would have been stopped. So they stopped the clock for us. And so now we don't have to worry about it. We still have first down. And hopefully this play stands.
There have been some great catches on some deep balls today. I mean, Ricky Shaw, Malik Huggins, Lorenzo Jenkins with a ridiculous mossing on the last drive. Now Javon Ross. I was looking for this wide receiver core to take a pretty significant step from last year to this year with most of the key players coming back. And, man, they have showed out in limited attempts today.
Man, listen, they have some sure-handed receivers. Let me see what's going on.
Well, it looks like the defense is coming out to the 8-yard line, so we might have a confirmed call here. Once again, we're reviewing a potential Javon Ross catch at the 8-yard line to put the Wildcats inside 10 yards to go. 31 seconds to go in the first half. They're down 28-6 to FIU, but they've scored the last 3 points and are looking to make it, if potentially they go into the halftime on a 10-point swing here.
The Wildcats could really use this momentum going into the half to know, like, hey, we are capable of scoring on this FIU defense. And if the Wildcats can get a full head of steam, even though when they come back out, they're coming out on defense, I think we'll be able to see some really good Wildcat football in the second half.
You didn't get a chance to do it last time because they got the playoffs so quickly, but now that we're in this review, first and goal from the 8, 31 seconds left. What do you want new offensive coordinator Dante Pimpleton to dial up here?
I think we might see some type of rollout, if possible, some type of rollout, or some type of rollout with flow going away.
Oh, they called it an incomplete pass.
Man.
Wow.
Oh.
A heartbreaker for the Wildcats.
That is a heartbreaker.
So they'll go back to the 32-yard line and not the 8. So now they're just trying to maybe get a couple more yards, spike it once, and kick a field goal instead of thinking about the end zone here. Man, it's been a half of almosts for BCU on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, but you have to make sure that you play good disciplined ball to make sure that even if these things happen, they don't affect you that bad. So
we've got the mysterious number 19, the running back for BCU, back in the game. The Wildcats don't even have a 19 on their roster, so we're not sure who that is. Maybe we'll find out at halftime.
Have to ask Bryce about it.
Third down and 10 for the Wildcats at the FIU 32-yard line. 31 seconds to go in the first half. McLean back to pass. Here comes the blitz. He steps up in the pocket, throws middle, and incomplete. He had a wide open receiver at the 15-yard line. It was Malik Huggins and threw it 5 yards over his head. Fourth down and 10. Are they in field goal range, or do you have to go for it here?
Go for it. Go for it. We have 26 seconds left in this second quarter. And ultimately, all you need is a first down, and you can go back up to the ball and clock it.
Here we go, 4th and 10 for the Wildcats from the FIU 32, going left to right. 26 seconds to go in the first half. McLean in the pocket, sacked. Oh, boy. So a Wildcat drive that looked like they had first and goal at the 8 ends up going nowhere, and they'll get no points out of it.
That's situational awareness. The pocket began to collapse back on McLean, and at that point in time, you have to either back up a little bit more to give yourself a little bit of space, or roll out to extend the play.
Well,
he's capable of doing it now.
Here's the thing, and you may disagree with me, but I don't like the play call in terms of the routes that the receivers ran. Everything went deep. You need 10 yards, run a hitch.
Yeah. Now, that's where I would. If you run deep, I would have had a man dragging at least around 10 to 12 to be able to get the first down so we can come down.
Give your quarterback a quick exit.
And maybe we can clock it at, 15?
Yeah.
At 15 seconds to give ourselves a chance to score.
Now with 19 seconds, we'll see what FIU does here from their own 40-yard line going right to left. We'll see if they just run this out and go to the break with a 28-6 lead. No, they're going to throw. Keon Jenkins looking, throwing, middle, caught to the tight end. Dallas Payne out of bounds at the 46-yard line. A 6-yard pickup for FIU on first down.
Watch with the stop. I think if they do have it, they're probably going to try to take one to the end zone. So I would just be careful, because I would not doubt Willie Simmons try to get one more before you go in at the half.
Still 2 timeouts for FIU as well. 13 seconds to go. And a first half that was delayed until 8:15, and it's still almost been a 2-hour first half, as we're almost at 10 p.m. here Eastern time.
It's going to be a long ride home.
Oh, yeah. We'll talk about that, I'm sure, in the second half. On second and short, Jenkins looking, pocket collapses, goes over the middle, incomplete. Another good coverage by Steven Sparrow, who has been asked to cover that tight end on the short crossers.
Yeah, Steven Sparrow has really been stepping up, becoming one of the main focal points of this Wildcat defense. He's a heart. He's the motor. Like, he does not stop. He does not go. I've been watching this young man for several years. I hear him in the weight room pumping his teammates up, talking about how they got to go, how they got to work for this, and how no one's going to give it to him. So he is one of the leaders on this Wildcat defense.
10 seconds left in the quarter. 3rd and 3 for FIU. They're at their own 47-yard line. Need to get right at midfield for a first down. 2 receivers to the wide side left, 1 to the far side right. Jenkins looking to pass, throws deep, has a man, but throws way over the top of Alex Perry, who is in double coverage as well. Wildcats read that one well. 4 seconds left to go in the half.
Very well. Wildcats dropped everywhere they need to be. Everywhere there was a receiver, there was a gold jersey with that receiver.
Wouldn't be surprised if FIU takes another shot here. 4 seconds left. You don't want to punt it with 4 seconds left.
No. Or, they're huddling up now. This could easily, well, no, they can't take a knee.
Yeah,
on
they
the
can't
ball.
take a knee
because
the clock would stop.
So they're probably just going to, but they're going to back up a little bit.
4 seconds, then they'll just run it off the clock, and the Wildcats will let them.
Yeah.
And that'll bring an end to a tough first half of football in 2025 for Bethune-Cookman. FIU has 6 drives. They score a touchdown on 4 of them. The first 4, then finally a 3-and-out, and then the end of the half.
Wait a minute.
And it is 28-6 FIU over BCU at the end of the first half. There is some confusion. As the teams ran to the locker room, but the referees want them to stay on the field. I don't know what's going on here. If I'm the refs, let them go to halftime. Both teams basically agreed to it because they snapped the ball and the Wildcats didn't rush and let them run the clock out.
Might be one of those 1 second on the clock. He didn't allow it.
He didn't kneel fast.
He didn't kneel, stay up long enough. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, yeah, you're right. There might be 1 second left on the clock.
Like 1 second left.
In my opinion,
if you're the Wildcats, you take a knee and take it in.
Yeah, but
you don't try to
But you shouldn't even have to do that. Like, you can just say, we know what he was intending to do. Let's just go to the half. Why do we need to go through this performative thing where you run everybody out for 1 second? I don't understand this. If I'm Coach Woody, I might have gone to the ref and go, listen, we understand what they were trying to do. Can we just go to the half, please? But anyway, they're going to run one play, and a new quarterback in the game. No, there's McClain. I didn't see him initially. And they're just going to come out and take a knee. So this was a waste of a minute of our time. Once again, we'll take about a 10-minute break at halftime and then come back. We'll go around the SWAC. We'll catch up with Bethune-Cookman volleyball and cross country, who both opened their seasons today. And then we will recap this first half, which is now officially over as the teams will go to the locker rooms. It's FIU 28, Bethune-Cookman 6 at the end of the first half of the 2025 Bethune-Cookman University football season here at FIU. We'll take a break, and when we come back, it's the CatEye Network halftime report. You're listening to Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE. Welcome back to Pitbull Stadium on the campus of Florida International University. It's halftime for the opening game of the season between Bethune-Cookman and FIU. The FIU Panthers have a 28-6 lead over the Wildcats at the break. In the background, you are hearing the dulcet tones of the Pride, BCU's marching band that made the trip down this evening and are getting a chance to perform on the field at halftime. Let's get to our halftime festivities. Let's go around the SWAC. We had 2 SWAC football teams in action last night on Thursday. Northwestern State snapped an over 1,000-day football losing streak as they defeated Alcorn State 20-10 in a late-night sleeper after a long weather delay out there. And in the other SWAC game last night, yeah, man, it was a thriller in Birmingham. Alabama State held BCU had UAB battling all the way. Eventually, the FBS Blazers prevail 52-42. I'll tell you what, Andrew Body was magnificent. 4 passing touchdowns, rushed for another over 400 yards passing. He's going to be a problem in the SWAC this year if he stays healthy after 2 seasons of being on the injured list. Let's take a look at other BCU sports. Volleyball got underway earlier this evening, and they dropped their first match of the year to North Carolina. To North Carolina A&T. They won the first set convincingly 25-12, but then dropped the next 2 sets close, 25-19 and 25-21, before completely going away in the 4th set, 25-11 to drop that one 3-1. Top performer for the Wildcats was a newcomer, Kaylee Williams, who had an attack percentage of .438, 9 kills, 2 errors on 16 total attacks. Second kill leader on the team was Ariel Simmons. AJ had 11 kills on 33 attacks for a 152 hitting percentage. Another strong attacker, Tiana Preston, had 21 attacks, 5 kills, 4 errors. Blocking for the Wildcats in that game had 13 total blocks. The solo blocks came from Morgan Owingo with 2, A.J. Simmons with 1, and Sierra Herndon with 1. Also assisting on blocks for Kaylee Williams, Wingo, Mecca Freeman, Amaya Jennings, Sierra Herndon, Tiana Preston, and Shayla Henry. As once again the Wildcats dropped to 0-1 on the volleyball season. They fall to North Carolina A&T 3-1. They've got 2 more games this weekend. They'll play Elon tomorrow and then former MEAC foe Coppin State on Sunday to round out their weekend. So still plenty of competition for volleyball. Let's take a look at cross country. Both women's and men's cross country were at the North Florida Invitational up in Jacksonville. The women didn't fare very well. 13th place overall as a team. Top finisher for the women was Valencia Butler in 68th place with a 21:32.25K. The top 3 were all from the University of Florida. 4 of the top 10 from Florida State, Florida Gulf Coast, and UNF, and UCF also in there. This was a very strong week, which makes it all the more surprising that we had a BCU Wildcat win the individual championship on the men's side. Newcomer Kenyon Andrew Kiplagat paced the field at 24:48K as Bethune-Cookman finishes 6th overall in a really stacked field. This men's cross-country team, as Johnny Vickers rejoins me on the CatEye Network pregame show, we talked a lot about it on CatEye on the podcast this week. Woo! Allergies are kicking me a little bit. I wish I'd brought my medication down here. But we talked a lot on the podcast earlier this week about this men's cross-country team and their potential for this year. Oh, boy. Top 6 at an event this stacked and an overall winner. It's off to a good start.
Off to a really good start for our men's cross-country. Man, we have some great athletes on our cross-country track side. And I think that they don't necessarily get highlighted enough, but I think we're probably on the map right now with this one, because if you're going to win one,
yeah.
I mean, and ladies and gentlemen, like, you have to understand, we have UF, Florida State, UNF, Stetson,
UCF was also there,
UCF, USF. So this is a stacked field of almost all the Florida colleges in the state. And for Bethune-Cookman to come off on top, we're not just a little HBCU from Daytona Beach. You know what I mean?
Before we get into the first half recap and all the statistics and figures, how great was it having the Pride down here with us tonight?
Oh, everywhere we go, people are always asking the question, well, is the band going to be there? Is the band going to be there? And last year, due to some instances as far as weather, because they were supposed to come with us to Alabama A&M, the band was not able to make a lot of trips last year. However, with our first 2 trips being right here in the great state of Florida, the Marching Wildcats were able to grace us with their presence here at FIU and got a very, very positive reaction, not just from our people, but from the FIU fans here as well.
The Wildcats play 8 of their 12 games this season in the state of Florida. That's the most since 2013, when they also played 8 games in Florida. Let's go over the stats from the first half. It's FIU 28, BCU 6 with about 3.5 minutes to go before the start of half number 2. For FIU, 18 first downs, 18 carries, 127 yards, 16 completions for Keon Jenkins for 171 yards. And 4 out of the 6 FIU drives, their first 4 of the game, were all touchdowns. Let's talk about the BCU defense. You look at those numbers, right? It doesn't paint a really nice picture, but they're really close. A couple of penalties, a couple of times being unable to get off the field on 3rd and long. This could look very different if we stop a couple of those drives early.
Very much. A lot of times you hope that you don't have those 1 or 2 plays that make such a big difference in the game. Yet in this game, we have had those 1 or 2 plays that have completely flipped the momentum. We go back to probably the most brutal one when A.J. Hall fell into the quarterback, giving us a late hit and then giving FIU a first down.
That was on 3rd and long.
And 3rd and long, and they were definitely going to have to punt, and we had gotten ourselves out of a sticky situation, and all of a sudden they're there, get a new set of downs, and then go on to score on that possession. And so you have to be careful that even the unintentional things that happen, you have to be careful that you don't even make those mistakes, because for us it's been that one play that puts us in a bad position, and then it just becomes a snowball effect from that.
For the Wildcats on offense, they had 8 first downs, 10 less than FIU in the first half, 15 carries for 48 yards, 11 completions between Ransom and Timmy McLean for 151 yards. That's a little bit better on that front.
Yeah.
And total offensive plays, 34 for 199 for the Wildcats and 43 for 298 for FIU. So FIU almost doubling up the Wildcats in terms of yardage. 3rd down conversions, Wildcats 3 of 9, FIU 4 of 7, although they were 4 of their first 4 before dropping their last 3 late in the first half. Nobody has attempted a 4th down conversion. Both teams are perfect in the red zone. The Wildcats 2 of 2 with 2 field goals. The Panthers 3 of 3 with 3 touchdowns. Some individual numbers first for FIU. Keon Owens, 7 carries, 52 yards and 2 touchdowns. Devontae Lyons, 3 carries, 39 yards, and a 35-yard touchdown. Anthony carries, 3 carries, 16 yards, and a long of 13. Passing, Keon Jenkins, 16 to 25, 171 yards with a 30-yard long. He's been as advertised, especially dancing when the pocket breaks down.
Yeah, he's been able to keep plays alive, extending plays to make sure that he can easily find somebody down the field and when the pocket collapses. The Wildcats haven't been able to get to him. They have 1 sack on the night. However, he's been able to keep plays alive. And he's done it more with his arms than he has with his legs, getting and running down the field. And so typically, because you don't like to see your quarterback take a lot of punishment while running, so if he does run, he's able to slide, get down, and then get to the next play.
For the Wildcats, Marquis Johnson, 4 carries, 47 yards with a long of 23. Nobody else has more than 2 carries. Rodriguez, 2 carries for 5 yards. Ali Scott, 2 carries for 7 yards. Timmy McLean, 8 completions out of 13 for 89 yards. Cam Ransom, 3 of 5 before he was replaced by McLean at the start of the second quarter. Receiving, Ricky Shaw on that one long drive for the Wildcats had 3 catches for 35 yards. 21 yards after contact. And at a long of 18, Javon Ross almost had a ridiculous catch to put the Wildcats in the red zone right at the end of the half, but it was ruled incomplete. Ross, 2 catches, 66 yards. Huggins, 2 catches, 20 yards. Juan Rodriguez, 2 catches, just 3 yards. And on the defensive side, Antoine Watts has 6 tackles. Johnny Harris has 5 tackles. Malik Stinnett and Naeem Lassiter have 3 tackles apiece. We are just about set for the second half here at Pitbull Stadium on the campus of FIU. Bethune-Cookman will kick off to FIU left to right. Juan Dominguez puts the ball in the air. Sequan Jean-Pierre catches it at the 5 at the numbers far side, get to the 10, 15, 20, breaks a tackle, 30, 35, near the 40, tackled at the 39-yard line. Good return for Sequan Jean-Pierre, the preseason Conference USA Special Teams Player of the Year. And here we go, second half.
Wildcats did a good coverage down the field. Not necessarily where you want to be. Had a great lane, but Wildcats were able to close it down really quickly before he gashed us for a big play. Wildcat defense headed out on the field, and let's see if we can get out of this first drive of this second half unscathed.
First and 10 for FIU. They'll start at their own 33-yard line, going right to left in the second half. Blue helmets, blue tops, gold bottoms. White numbers, gold trim. It'll be Kewan Jenkins. Play action going deep. First play, got a man out there and incomplete. Broken up by Johnny Harris, one-on-one with Kyle McNeil. The throw was a little bit behind him, but still a great pass breakup.
Just a great play on the ball by Johnny Harris. He saw the ball. It's see ball, get ball. He followed the ball, tracked it, jumped, had the perfect timing, was able to get to a point where the receiver had to become the defender.
Alarm bells ringing, though, on first down for BCU as FIU goes long. Second and 10 from their own 38, going right to left. Man in motion, left to right. Jenkins takes the snap, hands the ball off up the middle. It's Keyshawn Owens, who had 2 touchdowns in that first half. He's tackled just past the 40, gain of 3. Third down and 7. Here we go, Johnny, third and long.
Third and long. Here we go. And so hopefully we can get a 3 and out in this in this drive, and it'll be the first one that they weren't able to convert.
Jenkins goes to the offensive line to deliver the play. Now backs up, has Keyshawn Owens, the redshirt senior out of Miami Central, off his left hip. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, ball on the right hash. Low snap, fake the handoff. Jenkins stands in, goes deep over the middle. It is in. Oh, it's dropped.
Dropped.
That's the third. Should have had an interception for the Wildcats today. This one, Antoine Watts was playing center field in the middle of the defense, and it basically fell right to him, and he couldn't hang on to it.
There couldn't have been an easier one to catch. Watts jumped up, going backwards, and it just hit his hands. I mean, bobbled the ball and then dropped it. But the Wildcats escaped with a 3 and out.
Good secondary play on that drive, though.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Trey Wilhoit will punt for the second time today. Malik Huggins stands back at his own 20. Punting from the 25 is Wilhoit. 2 steps to his right. Boots it. High spiral back to the 10. Huggins fields it and is dropped at the 8-yard line. Nothing doing for Huggins as he is bowled over by Matthias Garcia, the up man for FIU.
This turf has been unforgiving. If you do not have a good plant foot or what have you, you're going to slip on this turf. And Huggins slipped again once he was trying to change his momentum to go forward. So you got to be careful. This turf hasn't been forgiven for the Wildcats tonight.
First and 10 BCU. Timmy McClain, who took the bull by the horns at quarterback in that first half and led the Wildcats to that field goal drive and almost a touchdown at the end of the half, will continue his place at quarterback. He's got 2 in the backfield, 1 to his right, 1 to his left, 3 receivers. First and 10 from the 8-yard line of their own, going left to right. McClain the snap, looks to throw. Pressure coming off the edge. He's going to throw it out of bounds, 5 yards deep in the end zone. Yeah, that was a delayed blitz coming from the right-hand side. Blades was rushing in from his cornerback spot. Also look out for Josiah Taylor, who is approaching as well.
Great job by McClain getting rid of the ball, seeing the pressure come, saw that his receivers were not open at that time, and just being able to survive for another play.
Second and 10 from the Wildcats' own 8-yard line. McLean this time on the RPO will hand it off to the left-hand side
Oh,
for
fumble.
Rodriguez, who fumbled the ball.
Fumble.
FIU is going to fall on it, and it goes from bad to worse for the Wildcats. Second fumble of the day, the first one that the Wildcats lose, and they'll give up the ball at the 12-yard line to FIU. Really short field coming up for the Panthers.
Yeah, when you're going into traffic like that, you got to know that the defense is going to be swatting and batting at that ball. And that particular time, he hung on to his arm and just stripped the ball out. And so you have to understand ball security. I said it in the first half. Ball security. If you lose the turnover game, typically you lose the game.
Demetrius Hill, the strong safety out of Miami, transferred back here from Illinois, recovered the fumble for FIU, and that'll make a really short field. First down and 10 from the 12. Under center for the first time tonight is Jenkins. Jenkins, deep drop, handoff, right-hand side. Owens cuts it back, gets to the 8 as he's brought down by Steven Sparrow.
Tackled by Steven Sparrow.
Great job by the Wildcat defense, but cutting off that run and getting to the ball. I think some of our linemen and our DNs are getting a little frustrated, feeling like they're getting held when they are trying to reach to the outside, and so there might be a little frustration, so we should watch that.
Second and 5 for FIU from the Bethune-Cookman 7-yard line after the Wildcats fumbled at their own 12. Handoff straight up the middle. Owens into a crowd to the 4, and it'll be third down and 2. Coming up from the 4-yard line into a crowd of gold jerseys. First man up is Naeem Lassiter to make the tackle.
Coming out that pile, shaking his head, Steven Sparrow. A young man not afraid of contact.
Third and 2 from the 4. High snap.
Bad
Jenkins
snap.
going to make something out of nothing and dive in for the touchdown. Well, sometimes when it's all going right, it's all going right for FIU. That snap almost went over Jenkins' head. He corralled it and just took off.
Bad snap and was able to corral it and snake his way through the line for a touchdown. Wow. You know, sometimes what do they say? It's better to be lucky than good. Well, we have a little bit of luck on the FIU side.
Well, 3 plays, 12 yards after the fumble by the freshman Chino Rodriguez. Sarimchuk, extra point, good. 12 minutes and 44. Here to go in the third quarter. The Wildcats fall further behind. I mean, you get a stop, right?
Yeah.
And then your offense fumbles after 2 plays, and you just give it. You're basically gifted 7 points to FIU there.
And you know, these are the type of things that when you get back to campus and you get into your meetings, that you go, you watch, you critique, you correct, okay? So this is not forever. These young men are still, like, this is a new crew. This is the first game back in this season, and so, you know, there's going to be a lot of corrections to make. So I think that you take the wins where you can take the wins, you correct where you have your deficiencies, and then you just continue to play football.
FIU 35, Bethune-Cookman 6, 12:44 to go in the third quarter. We'll take a break and be right back. This is Bethune-Cookman football on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE. Back at Pipple Stadium, it is FIU 35, Bethune-Cookman 6 with 12 minutes and 44 seconds to go in the third quarter after the Wildcats essentially gift the Panthers 7 points after fumbling at their own 12-yard line after getting a 3-and-out on the opening FIU drive of the half and looking pretty good, especially in the secondary. And then freshman Chino Rodriguez fumbles the ball, and that was all she wrote for that one. What I want to see now out of the Wildcats as we go deeper and deeper into this game, I want them to use it essentially as a training session, a live play training session. You're not realistically going to come back in this game. I want you to try some stuff out, put some new packages in there, put guys on the field that maybe haven't seen some playing time yet in practice. I want you to throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks, because you got to use this week and Miami really to get set for South Carolina State, which is your first true test in week 3. Here comes the kickoff from Grant. It goes right to left. It's going to send the returner, Johnson, back to the goal line, tangs it out, 15, running left to right, upended at the 20-yard line. And the Wildcats will go back on offense.
I think Johnson is going to be like a Darnell Dees type. I don't think it's going to be long before we end up seeing him breaking one and taking it to the house for 6.
He's got that kind of speed.
He does. He absolutely does.
So McLean leads the offense back out for the Wildcats at their 20-yard line, going left to right. 12:38 to go, third quarter. Wildcats down 35-6 against FIU. Let's see if the Wildcats can put some offensive drives together. Hand the ball off. Johnson off tackle left into the crowd. 1 yard gain to the 21.
The Wildcats, good blocking up front. The Panthers, great flow, getting to the ball to make sure that the Wildcats do not have a big gain on that play.
2nd down and 9 after the 1 yard gain at the 21-yard line. 4 down front, 7 of the box for FIU, as they have been for most of the contest. McLean keeps along the left-hand side, dives forward for 1 more yard up to the 22, and that one didn't really go anywhere. Antonio Patterson with the tackle there alongside Victor Evans.
When the Panthers are reading run, they're flying to the ball. Even if the ball hasn't crossed the line of scrimmage, if they see that it's run, they're going. And so you have to either know where you're going with the ball or get the ball out of your hands if you can get into a play-action package.
2 1-yard runs sets up 3rd and 8 right in front of our broadcast position here at the 25-yard line. Ball on the 22. McLean in the pistol, takes the snap. Here comes the blitz. McLean over the middle and incomplete right at the numbers of the 30-yard line. Lorenzo Jenkins can't secure the ball, matched up against his opposite number, Victor Evans, the redshirt sophomore from Opelika, Florida, and another 3-and-out for Bethune-Cookman. They gained 2 yards on that drive.
Not a good look coming out for the Wildcats in this the beginning of the second half. The Wildcats, you want to make sure that you get something going quickly, because why? Frustration can set in very quickly, even though that this is the first game. You want to see that you can be competitive with teams like an FIU, especially as you go into UM next week and South Carolina State the week after.
Max Tulin gets the punt away. It's not a great one. It bounces at midfield, takes a BCU roll all the way back to the 35-yard line. It's bobbled. It's loose on the ground. Did the Wildcats pick it up? Yes, they did! The Wildcats have the ball at the FIU 34-yard line. It was bobbled after it rolled for about 20 yards after landing at the 50, and the Wildcats fall on it.
Man, the returner, he lost his balance. He lost his balance as the ball was rolling. That's why when the ball rolls, you're supposed to get away from it, not run alongside of it. He slipped.
Jean-Pierre made a late decision to try and grab the ball, and he slipped while trying to do it.
And that's why when that happens, you're supposed to get away from the ball. And so that cost them an extra possession, and the Wildcat offense is back on the field in great field position.
They'll spot the ball at the FIU 34 going left to right. McLean with Johnson off his left hip. Takes the snap, fakes the handoff. McLean, pressure in his face, rolls back, is sacked near midfield.
Another delayed blitz, They're waiting for him to feel like he's comfortable in the pocket, and then they're just sending the linebacker shooting the gap.
Percy Courtney, the linebacker redshirt junior out of Miami Western High School, a career, first 3 college seasons here at FIU. Redshirted in 23, the last 2 years, 26 tackles in 24 games played. That'll be second down and 21 after a loss of 12. All the way back at the FIU 45-yard line. Got to go down the field here. McLean back to pass, 5-man rush. McLean goes deep down the near side. Numbers, man, defender falls down. Man wide open, catch made. Javon Ross, he does slip, and he's going to get to the 26-yard line. Funnily enough, that's not even a first down.
Look, I promise you, on any other field, he would have stayed up. On any other field, he would have stayed up and been able to possibly convert that to a first down.
And the defender fell down, which made it wide open.
Exactly. And so this field is not any type of prejudice claiming lives out here.
So from 2nd and 21 to 3rd down and 3 now at the FIU 27. Can the Wildcats convert here on 3rd down? McLean, here comes the delayed blitz again over the middle, and it is caught.
It's
wow.
caught. It's caught.
Josh Evans makes his first catch as a Wildcat. He robs Johnny Chaney of an interception, wrestles the ball away from him at the 20-yard line, first down Wildcats.
I for sure thought that was an incomplete pass, but great hands.
They'll spot the ball at the 24. Already a snap. McLean rolls left-hand side on the RPO, and he is going to be tackled immediately by Keegan Davis, the defensive end, the redshirt senior out of Treasure Coast High School.
Good discipline play by Keegan, been able just to sit there, wait for the play to come back his way as motion went away.
The Panthers' defensive ends and linebackers are really good at not biting on the RPO, probably because they see it every day in practice with Kewan Jenkins on the other side.
Yeah, and you have to be disciplined. Any person out of place can go from a big score if you're not careful.
2nd and 9 at the 23. Motion the running back out of the box. McLean throws back shoulder near sideline, and that is caught on the sideline by Javon Ross. Bun having a pretty good game.
Ross again. Hey, if it's working, you know who his favorite receiver is? The one that's open. And right now, Ross is getting it done.
Now it's 3rd down and 3 again at the 17-yard line of FIU. Javon Ross, 4 catches, 85 yards today. Here we go. 3rd and 3 from the 17. McLean with max protection on the offensive line. Low snap, handoff middle to number 19, the running back, and I don't think he got there. He's going to be 1 yard short.
4th down.
4th down and 2. They gave him 1 to the 16.
One thing I've noticed, we're not seeing a lot of missed tackles by the FIU defense either. Like, once they come up and they hit you, they stick you and get you down.
They're going for it. They are going for it, being aggressive on 4th down and 2 from the 16. Got to get to the 14 for a first down here in FIU red zone. Trying to keep this drive alive and potentially put it in the end zone for the first time today. McLean trips to his left, single right. Here comes the blitz. They throw the screen to the right-hand side, and it is caught. Did he get first down yardage?
No.
No, they didn't get first down yardage.
He was short.
Ali Scott, who is wearing number 19 today instead of number 26, so that's who that is. Okay. I don't hate the play. You read the blitz well. You threw it to the outside to the running back who went out of the backfield, but he just couldn't turn upfield against the tackle. And the Wildcats turn the ball over and get no points out of the drive. But if you're doing what I said, right, and treating this as a live practice session, I don't hate the call.
I don't hate the call either. And like I said, it's a far cry from where we have been in the past, because normally the first few games, very vanilla. Run left, run right, run up the middle. Pass left, pass right, pass up the middle. Didn't show too much off. We've opened ourselves up a little bit more to be able to make plays and show people that we're going to come out here and compete. We're going to compete hard. Unfortunately, that drive didn't go our way. We kept it alive. However, off the muff punt. However, we weren't able to sustain it in order to get into scoring position and put the ball in the end zone.
And the Wildcats, I think the goal for the rest of the game is to put the ball in the end zone at least once. I think that's the goal.
You have to.
So the Wildcats turn the ball over on downs after a 7-play, 19-yard drive that went from their own 34, from the FIU 34 down to the FIU 15. They came up 1 yard short on 4th and 2.
But the Wildcats still have a chance to play to to be able to play with the short field, as if they can stop the Panthers in 3.
Yeah.
And so hopefully you don't give up too many first and second down plays for them to sustain the drive, because at some point, you don't want to get to the point where it's like, they're taking out their starters, and you know what that means.
Yeah.
You want to continue to
that's
compete.
the next question I want to come to you with, right? At what point does FIU call off the dogs and put some guys in that don't really normally see the field? I mean, we're still 7:48 left to go in the third quarter. FIU 35, BCU 6.
Well, I think what Coach Simmons is going to end up doing is get through the third quarter, and we'll probably see the next set of athletes get on the field in the fourth quarter. I think that Simmons has a lot of respect for Coach Woody and what he's doing with this program, and I don't think he's here to try to blow the team out at all.
So FIU back on the field to start at their own 15-yard line after BCU turned the ball over on downs. They'll go right to left. Keon Jenkins still in at quarterback. Good to see A.J. Hall back in there after he went out with a cramp in the first half.
Yeah, a very muggy day.
Deep handoff left-hand side. Gap closed well by Hall. And no gain on the play for carry off the left-hand side.
Good job, Hall, getting across the guard's face to close down that hole before it turned into a big rush play.
Yeah, those initial holes are open, so it's about the second level to slide in and close those gaps.
Yeah, you really need to close them before or as they're opening, because if you do not, typically your defense, your secondary might be out of place for large gains.
Clock runs 7:20 to go third quarter. 35-6 FIU, second and 10 for the Panthers from their own 15-yard line. Back in the gun is Jenkins with a pistol look. He'll hand the ball off up the middle. A hole for carry, and he will go to the 21-yard line, pickup of 6 yards. Now bring up third down and 4.
At this point, for that play, it was just big on big, mano-a-mano, pull the outside tight end, tackle, kick out, come up under it, run up under your big boys for a short game.
Tyreek Hollinger made the stop for BCU. Clock runs 6:42 to go third quarter. They motion a wide out all the way out to the far side. That's the tight end, Braden Statson. 3 to the right, 1 to the left. Jenkins on 3rd and 4. He's under pressure, throws the outlet pass to carry at the 25. He'll scoot out of bounds at the 31-yard line after being pushed out by Devin Gunter. First down, FIU.
Nothing more than simple football with the check down. Go through your progression. Everybody's covered. Behind you, running back, open. Next closest man is 10 yards away. Check down. Guess what? First down. Check downs can lead to first downs.
1st and 10. Clock running to 6 minutes to go here in this third quarter. They'll bring everybody tight to the formation. 2-by-2 the receivers. Everybody inside the numbers ball right hash. Deep handoff. Carry. Wide open lane to the 40, to the 45, to midfield, cutting left to the 40 of Bethune-Cookman. Pushed out of bounds by Devin Gunter. Second straight tackle on him. But another big FIU first down, and they're starting to exert their will on the BCU defense.
Yeah, the BCU defense that time got caught peeking in the backfield. Thought it was a play action, but it was a straight run. Now we come with the pass.
He will go over the middle on a crossing pattern. Caught at the near side numbers by JoJo Stone, the redshirt freshman, his first catch of the day.
Stops the clock going out of bounds.
Stone, the transfer from Louisville, redshirted there last year. Chose Louisville over 24 other Power 4 offers because his dad lives up in Louisville, but he's originally from Fairburn, Georgia, JoJo Stone.
Hey, nothing like family. I don't blame him.
Second down and 5 for FIU from the BCU 37-yard line, going right to left. Handoff out of the pistol, running left-hand side. A.J. Hall trying to exert his will on the ball carrier. A fight right at the sticks pushes Devontae Lyons all the way into the BCU bench. We'll see where they spot the ball. It was very close to a first down. They may give him 1 yard shy. Yeah, they'll come up 1 yard shy to the 34-yard line, needed the 33.
Washburn almost got the ball out. I saw it. He was going after the ball, but unsuccessful there.
Another handoff, carry on 3rd and 1. That's close, but he did get it up to the 31.
Great. Let me see. But that play results in a first down. Even though it was a great stop, all they needed was like about a yard, half a yard. They got that for another FIU first down.
Isaiah Washburn on the stop. He's someone that we're really looking at to be big this year, the redshirt junior transfer from Mercer, a Mercer team that came in and beat us pretty good in our place last year.
Yeah. I thought we were going to be pretty evenly matched up against Mercer last year. However, some of the same things we see today happen with them.
Mercer was really good last year, a third-round FCS playoff team. First and goal from the Wildcat 31 for FIU. Play action. Jenkins makes a man miss in the backfield, escapes to the left, now throws over the middle wide open. Devontae Lyons at the 10-yard line to the far side numbers. What a Houdini act by Kewan Jenkins.
Listen. That's something that you see. Oh, we have a flag.
We were just talking about Isaiah Washburn, and he was inches from a big sack on that last play.
Yeah, and I don't know if you've heard of this particular football player. There's a guy by the name of Tim Tebow.
Oh yeah,
you've heard of Tim Tebow?
Maybe once or twice.
Yeah. Those type of people who have been in the NFL, even some of your maybe a little bit not as athletic quarterbacks, you want to be what they call phone booth quick, right? That you can move. All it was a move of the shoulders, being able to avoid the sack and then find the man downfield, keeping your eyes downfield.
The call was a hold against FIU. That'll back him up. First and 15 at the Wildcat 36-yard line, left to right. Jenkins takes the snap. He's sacked at the 40. Well, there's some revenge for Isaiah Washburn as he gets a big sack. He was there right as the handoff was faked. So if he handed it off, he would have hit him right there. Yeah. Quarterback keeps, he hit him right there. Jenkins' helmet came off.
And he has to come out the game for one play. He has to come out the game for one play because his helmet came off.
Okay, here's Joe Pasansky, the transfer from Holy Cross redshirt senior, former Tampa Jesuit quarterback.
Oh.
Really good program out there.
Yeah.
And he will face a second down and 19 with the ball on the Wildcat 40, right to left. Joe Pasansky, and then at last year at Holy Cross, 3 years as a backup before starting all 12 games last year, passing for over 2,300 yards for the Crusaders. Fakes the handoff. Pasansky looking far side. He's got a really strong arm and tapping the toes right along the sideline, out of bounds.
He said he was juggling the ball.
Tavarish Dawson couldn't quite hang on to it. They say he was bobbling the ball as he went out of bounds. Big break for the Cats.
Now, I'll say this. That was a beautiful pass. And you know what? At this point in the game, if you have him in, I'm keeping him in.
Keeping in, yeah. You don't want your All-Conference USA preseason player of the year,
I'm keeping Joe in because at this point, what else does Keon have to prove? He doesn't have anything.
And, what better backup than a fifth-year senior who threw for over 2,300 yards last year?
I mean, hey, when you got it, you got it.
Third down and 19 for FIU from the BCU 40 right to left. Snap, fake the handoff. Pasansky under pressure in a phone booth, in a straitjacket, going to his right, moving receivers around to the 40, to the 45, to the 30. He's tripped up at the 27-yard line, finally out of bounds. Some speedy, elusiveness that you don't really expect from a guy in Pasansky that's 6'4", 220. He almost escaped for that first down, but we might see the first field goal attempt coming out for Florida International on the game.
I mean, that was a... Yeah, we have the field goal coming up.
Noah Grant, the redshirt senior, will attempt this
44-yard
kick. Ball right hash. There is no wind at all. The rain has stopped here on a late night in South Florida. The holder is Anthony Carey, the running back. The kick is no good. He missed it to the left.
No good.
And the Wildcats hold after a really eventful drive for FIU, and they'll get the ball back at their own 27-yard line.
What you needed from the Wildcats. Wildcats finally come off with a drive that yields no points for the Panthers. And so that should be a confidence booster and a confidence builder going into this next drive. And so hopefully we can come up and dig a little bit deeper in that offensive playbook and get some points.
My voice needs a break. Fortunately, the Red Hat obliges. We'll take one and be right back. This is BCU Athletics on the CatEye Radio Network at 1380 WELE. Back at FIU, Pitbull Stadium. It's the Wildcats 6, the FIU Panthers 35, a minute 44 to go in the third quarter. Johnny Vickers, I want your professional opinion on what we just saw down on the field during this last time out, because I don't think I've seen that one before.
I guess it's the big giant bubbles that you slide over your body, and ultimately the game was you run into each other, and whoever falls loses. Best 2 out of 3.
What's the drill called? It's at the Oklahoma drill. It looked like an Oklahoma drill, but everybody's in foam wrapping.
A lot more fun version of Oklahoma, I can tell you that much.
Wildcats, after the incomplete FIU field goal, have it 1st and 10 at their own 27, going left to right. Jet sweep to Ross. The block is there at the 30. He is hit and dropped with forward progress at the 30. Demetrius Hill will make the stop along with Shamar Sterling.
These FIU boys are flying to the ball. They see run, they're getting there. They are not wasting any time.
3 yards on the stop, on the pitch, to Ross.
Well, we'll catch it after this.
Yeah, okay, we'll get back to you. Sorry, the offense is going quick. Snap to McLean. He's got time in the pocket. Now it breaks down. He's dancing. He escapes to his left. He tries to set his feet, throws down the numbers. It is caught at the 39-yard line. First down to Ricky Shaw. The first time we've seen him since the second quarter, 1 minute to go in the third.
Great play by McLean, extending, using his legs, making sure he's still looking downfield, getting out of the pocket, and being able to hit his open receiver on the sideline.
He might have to do that a lot this season with how the offensive line has looked the last couple years, and returning most of the personnel from last year.
Yeah, but they've done a whole lot better tonight in this first game than they did last year against USF.
Now a pistol look. Play action, throw near side, caught by Ricky Shaw, battling at the near sideline, close to a first down, run out of bounds by Ashton Lavelles at the 47-yard line, so a gain of 8, second down and 2.
Wildcats moving the ball fairly well. Second down with only 2 to go for the next first.
Yep, 25 seconds to go in the quarter. They'll snap it with 23. McLean keeps around the left-hand side, has a big hole at the 50 to the FIU 45 before he's run out of bounds by Sterling. Ran him out of bounds.
Wildcats with the first down.
Yeah, but a first down. That's the first time the RPO has really kind of fooled the defensive middle for there.
Well, I'll tell you this. The Wildcats, even though they've been having doing these veer reads throughout this game, they really haven't done anything as far as like any type of counters, traps, anything that would have to make the defense sit, pay attention to make sure if the ball is coming back or anything of that nature. So it hasn't been much trickeration or anything like that. It's been pretty straightforward on the run. So that's why the defensive secondary has been able to fly to the ball just that much faster, because we haven't really done anything to like real play action, get the ball out there, come back, pop, hit somebody down the field.
That's the end of the third quarter. Florida International 35, Bethune-Cookman 6. We'll take a break, and when we come back, it's the final frame of this evening's contest here on 1380 WELE on the CatEye Radio Network. Back at Pitbull Stadium on the campus of Florida International University, we go to the fourth quarter It's pretty much all been FIU tonight. FIU 35, BCU 6. But as we go to the final frame, Johnny Vickers, what are some good things you've seen out of the Wildcats tonight on both sides of the ball? Because unlike previous season openers, I mean, the game we did last year against USF, there wasn't many positives there. Even though we've only scored 6 points, there's been more positives tonight.
Yeah. Each time we've gotten into the red zone, we've scored. And last year and the years before, we would get into the red zone and not be able to produce anything. So that is absolutely a good positive. Another good positive is that taking care of the ball. Yeah, I know we have one fumble here. They have one turnover as well. But outside of that, we've been taking care of the football. No interceptions for us.
Should have had 3
we
on
should
our
have,
side.
We should have had 3. So, offensively, no interceptions. And also, too, the offensive line has been doing well as far as the passing game. I would like to see them become a little bit more aggressive in the run game. But as far as keeping the quarterback upright, they've been doing pretty good. Defensively, once again, they've been put in a position where they've been on the field for quite a bit.
Yeah.
And they've been able to do certain things. We've dropped 3 interceptions, which could, who knows what that could have done for us in turning this tide.
As we go to the fourth quarter, it'll be 1st down and 10 for Bethune-Cookman in plus territory. Once again, it's 35-6 FIU. Timmy McClain still in there at quarterback. Expect a lot of substitutions on both sides of the ball here in this fourth quarter. We'll try and keep up with everything for you. McClain on 1st and 10. It's going to be a double reverse flea flicker. McClain bobbles the ball, rolls to his left, fakes the throw down the field. Now throws deep down the far side. Open is Shaw. He gets pummeled as he caught the ball at the 20-yard line. Did he hang on to the ball, though? No, he didn't hang on to the ball.
No, he's hurt.
And Shaw is down, being attended to by a couple of FIU athletic trainers on the far side. He was absolutely pummeled.
I don't know how that's not a flag.
I believe it was by Avion Celestine.
I don't know how that's not a flag.
He didn't lead with the helmet. He led with the shoulder. Demetrius Hill was the man that hit him, not Celestine.
Still a defensive receiver.
And one of our better receivers tonight is probably going to be out of the game.
Yeah. At this point, you're going to give him the rest of the night off.
Josh Evans is going over there to try and check on Ricky Shaw, and that was a brutal hit. That's one of the more brutal hits I've seen covering football at any level over the past decade. But let's talk about the play first off. Double reverse flea flicker.
Double reverse flea flicker.
McClain
bobbled the
pitch.
ball, was able to secure it, then was able to extend the play because of the bobble, got to the outside, had two receivers in the same place, but was able to get the ball out without any pressure because he had was able to maintain space from the nearest defender and release it. And as soon as the ball was about to hit hands, oh, man, a brutal hit.
And a great throw by McClain. He put it right on the money, right on that number 6 in the chest of Ricky Shaw. Shaw took a brutal hit from Demetrius Hill. He is still down on the far sideline. We're going to step away and come back in a moment. This is Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE. Back at Pitbull Stadium here, and it's kind of turned into a sour atmosphere after Ricky Shaw, who thankfully is walking off under his own power after a pretty brutal hit from Demetrius Hill on a pass down the far sideline. It was incomplete. It was in his hands, and then it was jarred loose on the blind side hit. We're now joined in the booth by Daryl Latil, who let's do a three-man booth for the rest of this game. Daryl, you've been on the sideline most of the night. What have you seen down there?
Right now, the coach has gone with Timmy McClain from the second to the last part of the ball game, and Timmy has really put together some drives. That pass was a great pass across the field, but it looked like targeting to me.
All right, well, after all that dramatics, it's 2nd down and 10 for BCU from their FIU 45-yard line going right to left. 14:49 to go in the contest. Jet sweep to Javon Ross. It's the fake. Yep. Timmy McClain up the middle. Bounces through like a pinball. Gets to the 39-yard line. And it brings up 3rd down and 4.
Good job for McClain actually getting that quarterback keeper up the middle. He hasn't been very successful with that, but the offensive line was able to get a good push up front to be able to get positive yardage in this particular situation, and we're in 3rd down territory now.
4 men change on the front line for FIU. 4 go out, 4 come in.
You can see the rust coming off McClain. He's beginning to get his footing and timing in this second half.
3rd down and 3rd down and 3 from the 39-yard line of FIU. Snap to McClain. Here comes the blitz. They throw the outlet pass to the back. Ali Scott Jr. will get the 1st down at the 32-yard line.
1st down. Good job getting the ball at the hands to your running back coming out the backfield to keep your drive alive on that 3rd down play. I mean, the Wildcats could very well in this drive put some more points on the board.
The outlet has been there all evening. I'm glad he's picking it up right now.
McClain directing traffic right now.
That was Kamani Robinson, the freshman running back who is in the game now for the Wildcats. He's on the right hip of McClain. 1st and 10 from the 32. Here comes the all-out blitz. McClain stands in, throws across the middle.
Woo!
Ross, oh, did he catch that?
Yes.
A diving catch at the 15-yard line.
Absolutely.
Bon Ross, are you kidding me?
Bon is having the game of his life tonight. I was down on the sideline talking to him, and he was like, hey, get away from me. I'm hot. So I let him be hot.
You were down there. What about that overturn on the far sideline?
Well, there's a guy down there with the iPad who filmed it. He had his feet in bounds, but they overturned the play.
See?
And it wasn't a great angle on the replay either.
At
we
all.
saw up here
I
in the
told
booth.
you he caught it.
1st and 10 for BCU inside the red zone at the FIU 17-yard line. 3 receivers left, single right. McClain fakes the handoff back to pass. Safety blitz. He throws to the middle of the field. It is overthrown for Huggins and incomplete. Huggins was one-on-one with Ashton Levels. So they brought the safety blitz that time, and usually when that happens, you want to throw to where the blitzing man came from. Good coverage, though, by Levels.
I'm talking, it's just a mature quarterback in that pocket, because normally any other quarterback, when that offensive line starts to come down on you, that you want to get out, he stays in that pocket and delivers a rocket. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too high up for Huggins.
2nd and 10 now inside the red zone at the FIU 17-yard line. 12:49 to go in the contest. Wildcats looking to get in the end zone for the first time, down 35-6. Snap to McClain. Play action throw to the right-hand side, caught by Josh Evans at the 10-yard line. He'll be dropped, spotted officially at the 11.
You can see the timing with Timmy and the receivers. That was a great pass to the outside, picked up a couple of yards.
Josh Evans is a redshirt freshman transfer from Middle Tennessee that the Wildcat staff is very high on. Coach Woody mentioned him in our pregame interview. It'll now be 3rd and 4, clock running 12.5 to go in the ball game. Got to get the ball down to the 6-yard line for a 1st down. Currently at the 11. 2-by-2 the receivers, ball left hash. Robinson goes in motion to the right-hand side.
McClain in the middle.
Rolls to his left, and he's going to throw. Incomplete. Throw it away. And it's going to be 4th down, and the Wildcats will probably try and kick another field goal, as here come the specialists. Juan Dominguez is standing at midfield, ready to come on. Are they going to go for it on 4th and 4?
They're going to kick it.
And they're going to kick it.
Yeah.
So the Wildcat goal of getting in the end zone will not be completed, but another good drive, right? And against defenses that are a little bit smaller, a little bit slower later in the season going into SWAC play, I can see a lot of these drives being converted.
Yeah, and unfortunately he missed Javon Ross in the middle of the field, wide open, no one near him because of the blitz of FIU.
Juan Dominguez, this will be a 29-yard attempt off the left hash. And it is up, and it is knuckleballing, and it is good. 3 for 3 in his debut on field goals for Juan Dominguez, the transfer from Jacksonville Community Christian College last year.
Great job. I mean, one thing we have been missing for a while has been a very consistent field goal kicker, and I think we have found our kicker moving forward, so I can't wait to see what he does. Now, hopefully, he'll kick more extra points than he does field goals because we're putting points on the board with touchdowns.
So we got a couple of young, good kickers, too.
Yeah.
We got a kid out of Fort Meade, Lexi Duarte. His uncle, Jesus Cortez was a kicker.
Okay, so I was wrong. That's not Cortez's nephew, but Cortez's nephew is on the team. And listen, that kid has a leg.
Bethune-Cookman right now.
Yeah, Bethune-Cookman scoring drive, 12 plays, 62 yards, covering 4 minutes and 32 seconds. Daryl, you were down there on the sidelines for most of the game. Despite the score, what's been the vibe down there?
Right now, it's almost like practice. You know, the coaches are continuing to put different packages in, continue to call things to get these guys accustomed to the scheme that they're running. Right now, the guys are still playing hard. Nobody's quit. And it's like practice, like I said before. We don't look at the scoreboard. The Cats continuing to play. You see the offense moving down the field, and see that in the second half, the defense have kind of stiffened a little bit. So the kids are continuing to play hard football.
And going into next week, right, and even 2 weeks from now when we play South Carolina State, which is the game we're really kind of pointing the arrow at, you can learn the lessons from some good things happening today and next week to take into that game.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Here comes Chiquan Jean-Pierre at the 15-yard line, near side numbers, tripped up near the 25. And FIU will take over, and we'll see if Kewan Jenkins comes back out, or it'll be Joe Pisansky, the redshirt senior from Holy Cross, who will lead the offense for FIU. 12 minutes to go in the game, 35-9, Florida International over Bethune-Cookman. Although, this second half, the Wildcats have been more competitive. FIU's only scored once in this second half. Then that was the gifted touchdown when the Wildcats fumbled on the 12-yard line.
I think it says a lot about the Wildcats, specifically in their passing game, that when we were coming into the second half, FIU had only 20 more passing yards than we did. The FIU had 171, we had 151, which means we were keeping up with them within our passing game. And so I'm hoping to see more of this as we go out throughout the season, that we are a team that is able to pass the ball down the field.
1st and 10 for the FIU from the 25. Handoff to the right-hand side for Devontae Lyons. He's spun down for a loss. Off the left-hand edge. Wait, he's still going. No flag, no whistle blew. He's at the 45 and finally run down by Joshua Thornhill all the way at the 45. I thought that play was dead.
And we got a flag on the play.
We thought he was down back at the 20-yard line.
What was, I think everybody stopped.
Everybody stopped, but I guess the whistle did not blow.
What's the flag on?
Well, the flag's right at the 40. And he got all the way to the 45 to Devontae Lyons, the redshirt freshman from St. Augustine. I mean, I'm not surprised if there's a hold in there somewhere.
I'd like to see the replay on that one.
Oh, they're going to call him down after review. Okay. Which is what we all thought.
Yeah. I was like,
and the face mask on Bethune-Cookman will push it down the field anyway for a first down FIU.
Wait a minute. Wait, if he's down, then the face mask is negated. How?
If he was down at the 22.
You said that he's down at the 22. How are you going to give him the face mask down the field?
Unless the face mask was really early in the play, but
no,
the flag was at the 40-yard line.
It made it at the 40. Now, that doesn't make any sense.
No,
I'm sorry.
that doesn't make any sense.
It makes no sense at all.
It's dead.
First down FIU at the 37-yard line of their own, going left to right. Joe Pisansky is the quarterback. Devontae Lyons is the running back. Handoff Lyons up the middle looking for a lane. He has one, a big one, to the 50-yard line, and he might have had 6 points if he didn't trip and slip on the wet ground right at the Panther head at midfield. First down.
You know, I was talking to one of the FIU guys, and I've come to this stadium a number of times when I lived here. This artificial turf, they're saying it's new turf.
And it's
only
really
been there
slick.
2 years.
With the rain, it's really slick. We've seen slips.
Flat.
We've seen
Very
slips
flat.
all night.
Flat and ball headed. You can't get your cleats down in it.
They'll spot the ball at the FIU 49-yard line going left to right. The Panthers with 11.5 to go in the game. Pisansky and Lyons still in the backfield. I would expect another run here to Devontae. Man in motion to the right-hand side. That's Staton. The handoff goes to, nope, it's a play-action fake. Throw the pitch out to Staton, the tight end, and that's going to be just a 1-yard gain right to midfield.
just getting the ball out of his hands. No need to take any unnecessary risk right now for FIU. Just whoever the next man is open, get it out your hands. You don't want your quarterbacks taking any unnecessary punishment. And so FIU is just going to quick pick where they can get it and get to the next play.
Pasansky drops back into the gun. 2 receivers to the wide side left, ball right hash, and a single receiver to the right-hand side. The tight end goes to the left-hand side of the formation pre-snap. Pasansky claps his hands, takes the belt-high snap, hands it off to Lyons left hash, and he's going to be run down, stay on his feet, and finally Joshua Thornhill says, I've had enough of this nonsense at the 49-yard line and slaps him down.
You got to put a hat on that kid. That kid's running hard.
You have to. And you can't go in with these running backs arm tackling. You have to put a hat on them. You got to get in form tackle, get them to the ground, because these running backs do not go down easy.
That'll be 3rd down and 8 for FIU. They're just across the 50-yard line going left to right of the BCU 49. Joe Pasansky, the backup quarterback, is in, originally from Tampa, Florida, and Tampa Jesuit High School. 3 years at Holy Cross, sat for 2, and then was a starter for 12 games last year for the Holy Cross Crusaders. You know who he replaced, right?
Oh.
Matthew Sluka, who went to UNLV and had all that transfer drama alongside him. Handoff left-hand side, Keyshawn Owens, the running back 1, is back in the game and picks up a 1st down to the Wildcat 40-yard line.
Bounce it to the short side of the boundary for the 1st down.
And this is just, I think, the BCU defense a little bit undersized on the field for too long, and the offensive line's just exerting their will a little bit. All runs except for that 1 screen pass on this drive as the clock runs down under 9:30 to go in the contest. 3 receivers bunched to the left, but that's for all the before all the motion happens, and now they'll go bunch formation stacked to the right. Right tight to the formation inside the hash marks. Pasansky takes the snap, looks to throw, goes deep left-hand side, one-on-one, and it is caught inside the 10, right at the sideline by Eric Nelson, the redshirt freshman out of Miramar, Florida. He was matched up with Devin Gunter and had to step on him all the way.
Yeah, this is probably the one deep pass. They haven't had very many deep passes in this game, and we've defended the deep ball pretty well this game. However, they were able to convert on this particular one. He didn't see the ball. He didn't turn his head back to find where it was, and basically made it an easy pitch and catch.
Nice catch by Nelson, his first of the game, for all the way down to the 7-yard line. Whistles and a stoppage of play before the start of the play. It might be a timeout taken. I didn't see a flag.
Media.
And they're going to review this one too. Well, while we're stopped for this review of the potential catch by Eric Nelson at the 7-yard line, I want to go around the SWAC because I did it really briefly at halftime while both of you were off elsewhere. And I want to get your take on both Northwestern State winning their first game in 1,057 days over Alcorn State 20-10 last night, and also Bama State playing UAB really hard and losing 52-42. Andrew Body over 400 yards passing for Alabama State. He looks like a problem.
Listen, if that is any indication of what Alabama State is going to be bringing this season, then the MEAC has to be ready, because his stat line was 18 for 24, like 415 yards,
3 touchdowns.
Five
touchdowns,
and 119 yards rushing, over 500 yards of total offense. And I don't know who else is going to do that in this opening weekend of college football, but I'm going to nominate Body for every Player of the Week award that I can find in this Week 1 opener.
Daryl, he's been hurt the last 2 years, one at Texas Southern, one at Bama State. He's healthy now and ready to rock the SWAC.
You know, he had a great year when he was at Texas Southern, and he went over to Alabama State, and we didn't see him last year because he was injured. But the word is his body, keep his body healthy. He could be the Player of the Year in the conference.
And Alcorn State, I had them as plucky underdogs going into Northwestern State. They just couldn't do it. A sleepy late-night game, and nothing really happened in a 20-10 loss there. But I want to get your takes on, after this drive, I want to get your takes on the games coming up this week. It is a completed catch. They'll spot the ball at the 7-yard line for FIU. Pasansky back in, looking for his first FIU touchdown pass. He'll throw it, screen pass, left-hand side, tackled at the 2-yard line.
Good stop by the Wildcats. Steven Sparrow, again, just flying everywhere with how Coach White used to say it, with reckless abandon.
Jackson Verdugo made the catch for FIU. Gets all the way down to the 2-yard line before he's pushed out of bounds by Sparrow. He's had a good game tonight, as has Malik Stinnett and Antoine Watts. And even Gabe White has had a decent game tonight on defense.
Yeah, I think the defense should be happy with their performance, getting to the ball, just being able to plug the holes here and there and become a little bit more stout in their play.
Second and goal from the 2. The running back is Carey. He'll get the handoff, and he'll be stopped short. Montavious Lloyd, first man to the ball. Nick Rawls was also in there on the stop.
Now, we saw the Wildcats defense in this situation many times last year, and they held themselves pretty well. Weren't able to stop everything, but this is probably where they played some of their best defense with their back against the wall.
Opponents in the red zone last year against the Wildcats were 44 of 50 with 32 touchdowns. So over 10 times the opponents got in the red zone and failed to score a touchdown against the Wildcats last year. This is 3rd and 2 from the 2. I formation, play action, throw middle, almost intercepted again.
Interception number 4 drop.
Off the hands of the defensive back for the Wildcats. That's a 4th dropped interception for BCU today.
4th dropped interception of the night. And it looks like they're going to go for it.
4th down and 2 from the 2. They're going to try and punch this in.
I don't see why not. They're in a great position that even if they don't score, Bethune-Cookman's back is against the wall.
I formation again. They bring a fullback in with Carey dotting the I. Under center is Pasansky. They'll hand the ball off to Carey, left-hand side, touchdown.
Great call.
And Anthony Carey gets in for his 2nd touchdown of the night, and that'll put the finishing touches on the FIU first-teamers tonight, as it's now 41-9 FIU over Bethune-Cookman with 7 minutes left.
Just the offensive line resetting that line of scrimmage, getting a great surge up front, and making it an easy walk-in touchdown for the running back. I mean, not even touched, jumped over a defender.
There's a Wildcat down. It's A.J. Hall again with a cramp. Second time he's been down with a cramp today.
Hang A.J. Hall up for the night. Then nothing else to prove.
Yeah. So I wanted to talk about the SWAC games coming up tomorrow, because there are some good ones. We'll start with the games that I don't think really make any difference. Bama A&M at Arkansas, not really looking at that one. Pine Bluff at Texas Tech, not really looking at that one. But we have Southern at Mississippi Valley. That is a non-conference game. Won't count for the conference standings. Yeah, I know. I made the exact same face as you did when I was told that on the podcast this week by Bryce. So, but after Southern didn't look good against SC Central in the MEAC SWAC Challenge at all, it's important for them to get the ship right against Valley with a new coaching staff and 60 new players on the Valley team, as the extra point by Crescenza.
Well, last year
is up and good, so it's 42-9. FIU over BCU with 7 minutes left in the game. So you were saying?
So, last year, Valley ended their year very strong, especially with a big win over FAMU. And I don't think we're going to be seeing the same Valley team coming into this year. And so I think that Southern needs to be careful that this isn't just the same Valley that you would just roll over from years past, but they're going to come in with a new fire. They have a new head coach, a new coaching staff coming in, and those boys are ready to play because they have coaches that are just excited about football as they are. And so, I mean, you have to be careful because if you don't, you're going to be Valley's first victim of the season.
That'll be a good measuring stick game for both of those squads.
Very.
Jackson State picked to win the conference by pretty much everybody. Hosts Hampton, former MEAC, now Coastal Athletic Association member Hampton, at the Vet. That should be an interesting one, too.
Hampton, we used to play them in the MEAC, and they moved on to the CAA, and they haven't fared well the last few years. I think they were 1-9 in the conference, but to see that matchup in the Vet, that's going to be a great ball game.
Yeah. Hampton usually has come with some very, very good teams in the past. I would love to see Hampton rebuild that program and be competitive like they were in the past, because Hampton University, like under Joe Taylor, man, that was some good football that you went to watch, like players like Greg Scott. I mean, man, you couldn't get any better, like a defensively sound, offensively sound team that just would have no problem running the ball down your throat. So I need to see some of that old Hampton.
What you're seeing is the three top teams in the MEAC, like Bethune-Cookman, Hampton, and A&T, all have kind of fallen in the last few years. And you want to see those three programs, ours, A&T, and Hampton, kind of revive themselves.
And then maybe the most important non-conference game of the SWAC this week. It's happening just across the way over in Coral Gables tomorrow night. Florida A&M against Howard in the Orange Blossom Classic. There's a fair amount of Florida A&M fans here tonight to cheer on their former coach, Willie Simmons.
Yes, I was walking down the hall of the press box, and I saw some FAMU people, and I'm like, what are y'all doing here? This is a little bit too early. We're supposed to see y'all in November. Y'all ain't supposed to be here just yet. And so, yeah, they're here. FAMU is coming in. Howard is coming in. Howard just got some new uniforms. They feeling themselves. They're ready to play. How Coach Prime said, you look good, you feel good, you play good. Yeah. And, I mean, they're excited to get back on the field, as we all are, for the opening of this college football season.
Darryl, FAMU has a lot to prove this season. Year 2 under James Colsey, even though they had a winning record last year, it didn't feel like it at times for them.
It feels like they slipped a little bit last year, you know, and we gave them a fit in the Florida Classic. We only lost by 3 points, so they got something to prove. You know, Jackson State beat them in Jackson last year, and they came up short.
Yeah.
They came up short, and it's trying to make the Celebration Bowl.
Yeah, kickoff is going to go out of the back of the end zone, and the Wildcats will start at the 25. 7 minutes to go. Let's see if Bethune-Cookman can put up a drive together, even against the second stringers for FIU, and put something in the end zone here. That was probably the goal coming into the second half, just put one in the end zone. They've gotten 3 field goals, and on the 3 field goals have come on 3 pretty impressive drives. They just haven't been able to find those extra couple yards to get in the end zone.
Yeah. Once you get into the red zone, the FIU defense has been very stout, been able to close up holes on the run.
Cam Ransom's back in at quarterback, by the way. Marquis Johnson is to his right hip, 2 right, single left. They'll hand the ball off to Johnson off the left hash. He gets a hole and is spun down to the 32-yard line. Nice gain of about 5 on first down. I think if the offensive line can start exerting their will on some smaller D lines in the SWAC, Marquis Johnson's going to have a good year.
Yeah, he's a little frustrated with himself right now because he felt like he should have stayed up on that run play. But this is some unforgiving turf. And like Darryl said, this is ball-headed turf. No grip.
Hey, and that kid has some wheels, too. He can really run. He was the fastest player in the Mountain West.
Handoff, Johnson again, slips through, dragged down from behind, near the first down marker. They'll pick it up right at the 35-yard line of Bethune-Cookman, going right to left. 2 runs to Johnson and a first down. And a big clump of bodies to be untangled at the end of that play at the far hash marks where the ball is now set. 6 minutes to go in the contest. Cam Ransom back in the game. I'm not sure he'll pass the ball. I think the Wildcats want to get out of Dodge here with no further injuries. And be that as it may, if they score a touchdown or not. 1st and 10 after 2. Marquis Johnson runs the transfer from Montana State. You're correct. A former Big Sky, not Big West out there. Darryl, player at Montana State. I was wrong. It's a screen pass, right-hand side, almost intercepted. Looking for Kobe Stewart at the near side numbers was Cam Ransom, and that passing route was jumped and deflected by Javion Celestine.
Just a great break off the ball. Got into a slow back pedal. The receiver ran a hitch, and he just watched the quarterback turn, broke on the ball, and was able to a pass breakup.
Celestine, a former Palmetto Tiger out of Palmetto High School here in Miami, went out to Arizona for his first 3 college seasons and decided to finish closer to home here at FIU. 2nd down and 10 for the Cats on their own 35. There's the handoff. Big hole up the middle for Johnson. He's going to be met near midfield for a big first down.
Just like that, you can see how if he squeezed through the line, he can easily pick up a 20, 20, 25 yards and within a blink of an eye.
Websley Etienne made the tackle for FIU. Spot the ball at the Bethune-Cookman 48, first down for the Cats. In the maroon hats, gold jerseys, white pants tonight. FIU navy helmets, navy jerseys, gold pants, white numbers. Ransom hands the ball off to Johnson, trying to cut back against the grain. He'll be tackled after a gain of about 5 up to the FIU 47-yard line.
I think we're going to see some surprising numbers at the end of this game when it comes to our run game and even more so our pass game. And I think that if we see those numbers once we get into post game, I think we're going to be fairly surprised about what we put up in this game. Though it may not be the result we wanted, the Wildcats are headed in the right direction.
Ali Scott Jr. now in at running back on the right hip of Ransom. He's going to take the handoff, and he's got a big hold of the 45, down to the 35, still running, blows over a defender at the 30, and finally it takes 4 Panthers to drag him down to the 27-yard line. Tough running by Ali Scott Jr., the redshirt Cedar transfer from Ole Miss.
There's some kids trying to win some jobs. You know, like I said, the Cats never stop playing.
4 minutes left to go as the clock continues to run. It's been all runs on this drive except for the one incompletion by Ransom as the Cats have got down to the FIU 27-yard line. Scott still in the backfield on the right hip of Ransom. He'll take the handoff, try to fight through contact. That time the D-line got through, just a 1-yard pickup off the right-hand side there. Looks like Green got in there for the tackle.
Good things are happening if the offensive line gets in there and is able to root those D linemen out.
Alongside Dwight Nuno, the tackler for FIU on that play. Nuno from Dodge City Community College and Grand Prairie, Texas. So now 2nd down and 9 after a gain of 1, 3:25 and counting to go in the game. 13 seconds on the play clock. A little bit of confusion about what the Wildcats want to do on this one. 2 right, single left on the short side. Ball near hash. Ransom. Play action, drops back. Here comes the blitz. He stands in, throws. Here's the comeback right at the 15-yard line. Oh, and the catch is made. And a shoestring tackle by Celestine was all that kept Malik Huggins out of the end zone. He was a turn and burn away from scoring a touchdown as the clock ticks under 3 minutes. Another first down for the Cats at the 15-yard line. Their 4th trip into the red zone. The first 3 times they've kicked field goals.
Great curl route. Huggins comes back to the ball and almost breaks the tackle to get into the end zone. I mean, so close. 1 tackle away.
4th completion of the game for Cam Ransom. He's had limited time behind Timmy McClain tonight. Here's the run, and Ransom kept it, and he's going to be dropped for a loss of 3 back to the 18-yard line. Nunu gets his 2nd tackle.
Yeah, that one right there, it was just kind of blown up for the beginning. The D tackle came across Tico Schultz's face, and he wasn't able to get that blocking assignment because he blew up underneath him.
Loss of 3, 2nd out and 13. Looks like the Wildcats are going to call timeout. No, it's going to be the 2-minute timeout. It'll be 2nd out and 13 for the Wildcats when we come back, trying to put the ball in the end zone for the first time tonight, down 42-9 here at Pitbull Stadium on the campus of FIU. We'll take our final timeout. When we come back, we'll take you through the end of this contest between FIU and BCU. You're listening to Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE. Back at Pippel Stadium here on the campus of FIU, the Wildcats are not going to improve to 5-0 against the FIU Panthers all time. They trail this one with 2 minutes to go, 42-9, but a spirited effort with a lot of positives that can be taken out from this one. I'm Michael Torello, voice of the Wildcats here on 1380 WLE. I'm joined by two men that are a lot more knowledgeable about football than me, two former BCU football players, Johnny and Daryl here, and I don't feel as bad as some of the lopsided scores that we've felt in the past, and that's a weird feeling for me, Daryl.
Well, I saw some competitive kids out here tonight. You know, we knew coming into the ball game what we were up against. We needed to get our offense on track. We needed to see some kids on the offensive line perform, and I think we've seen some of that, some bright spots, especially at the receivers. You know, Bonbon had a great game. And Timmy McLean has come in and run the offense very well.
Second down and 13 it'll be for the Wildcats. They've driven all the way down to the 18-yard line of FIU, trying to put the ball in the end zone for the first time tonight. 3 field goals is all they've mustered. Cam Ransom in the game, Marquis Johnson on his left hip. Bun Ross dancing around in motion to the left-hand side. The snap, the play-action fake. Cam rolls out to his left, tries to set his feet, looking for someone, throws it short across the middle, right to the first down marker to Johnson. That's a great route by Johnson.
Yeah, gets back to the original line of scrimmage on third down.
Did they not give it to him?
No,
it was right at the sticks.
No, that's the original.
Oh, sorry, that's the original line of scrimmage. My apologies. There's a big wall in between me and where the first down marker is, and it's also almost midnight.
These things are true.
So it is now third down and 10 after a 3-yard gain. Wildcats need to get to the 5-yard line. They're right at the 15. 10 on the play clock. 3 receivers in the formation. Ransom takes the shotgun snap. Here comes pressure off the edge. He goes over the middle, and Johnson drops a touchdown pass. Ransom put it right in the breadbasket. I think the big thing that the Wildcats need to work on in practice this week, Johnny, is they need to go put stickum on all the gloves, both offense and defense.
Well, first, that's illegal. Second, it was the right play call. First, ladies and gentlemen, let's just say it was the right play call. You had Johnson. You had Johnson running across the middle.
That's 4th and 10. The Wildcats are going to go for it here from the 15-yard line. They don't want to kick another field goal. They want a touchdown. It's going to be play action. It's going to be a blitz. Ransom throws, and it's incomplete. Celestine was jumping on the route. It was a curl route right at the 5-yard line for Malik Huggins, who's, I think, had a frustrating game tonight for Huggins, and the Wildcats are going to turn it over on downs for the second time tonight.
I mean, like, you have to think of it like this defensively. You have the defensive heels right on the goal line. So the corners don't have to backpedal too much before they're just sitting, right? And so if you run a hitch at 5, and he's back at the goal line at another 5 yards, he can easily break on that ball. So it's not rocket science at that point. You got to get him moving and then replace him with someone else.
Yeah, I would have liked to see him go back to that crosser.
Back to the slant, Adam.
All right, well, 1:45 to go. The Panthers can pretty much run this one out. 1 first down would effectively end the game for their own 15-yard line. They will run up the middle. Lions, big hole, and they'll get that first down. Well, he's got to be a yard short up at the 24-yard line, so 1 yard needed for FIU to essentially kill this game. Joe Pasansky, who's in at quarterback, replacing Kewan Jenkins, is a really interesting guy. He comes from a really athletic family. Both parents played college basketball at the Division III level. His sister Abby was a rower at Alabama, and his brother Peter played football at UNC. So it runs in the family over there in the Pasansky family. He's originally from Tampa. A first down off the left hand by Devontae Lyons, and that'll be victory formation for FIU here with 1:12 to go. And the Wildcats didn't get in the end zone tonight, but they gave it the good old college try. Yeah.
I can't hear. So.
Well,
no problem.
Yeah. We didn't anticipate the 3-man booth, so we only have 2 pairs of headphones. So Daryl's talking into his stick mic, but we're making it work. A flare far sideline, that's going to be caught past the 30 to the 32-yard line. Andre Brown, who's had a couple of catches tonight, makes the catch. And with 38 seconds to go, they're not going into the victory formation, and that may be a little bit of final pettiness for Willie Simmons against his old nemesis, the former Florida A&M head
Basically,
coach.
we sent the same offensive FAMU ran. You know, you saw the motion and, the multiple sets, the tight end movement. Most of the stuff he brought over from FAMU.
Yeah, 20 seconds left at the snap to Pasansky. They'll run it to Lyons. He'll cut back to the left. He'll be tackled at the 35-yard line by Malik Stinnett, and that'll be it. The final 5 seconds tick off the clock, and your final score. For the first time ever, Bethune-Cookman has failed to beat FIU. The Panthers open the Willie Simmons era with a convincing 42-9 win over Bethune-Cookman here at Pit Bull Stadium tonight. A late one that was delayed over 90 minutes for weather. It's almost midnight. It's 11:40. By the time we get on the road, it'll probably be 1 p.m. It'll probably be 5 a.m. by the time we get to our bed. So it'll be a long night, gentlemen. But it's a game that we expected to kind of go this way. But it's a game you have to take some positives on. Darryl, we'll start with you.
Well, I think me on the sideline looking at the morale of the players, knowing that we're playing against the FCS school, we had to see certain things. We looked for the offensive line to block. We had 2 quarterbacks who were neck and neck in practice, and you saw one quarterback emerge over the other one. You saw the receiver, Bonbon, make some great catches. The defensive line, they gave up some yardage, but come back next week, it's going to be even tougher with the Hurricanes in Miami.
Johnny, do you have any positives from tonight?
Positives from tonight, unlike the previous 2 seasons, our offense was able to get into their bag a little bit more. Like I said earlier in the game, we weren't just running left, running right, passing left, passing right. We were able to get some things going with our pass game to show that we have a little sauce on the team. I think we did a lot better defensively when it came to the run this game, but it was very, very effective. And when you're dealing with an RPO team that uses the veer heavily, like actually both of us do, you have to play disciplined defense. And I think that the Wildcats did the best that they could. I think this is great film to be able to grow, to be able to build for the next 2 weeks of non-conference play. And I'm waiting to see what the Wildcats will get done and how they will prepare these next couple of weeks.
Actually, and you won't see a team in the SWAC this good other than Jackson State.
Yeah. Let's take you through some stats for Florida International. They ran off 456 total yards, 233 through the pass, 223 rushing yards, which we actually held them to under the average that we let up last year, but not by much. Remember, the Wildcats were 5th from the bottom in the entirety of the FCS in run defense last year, giving up 237 yards a game. 26 first downs for FIU, 8 of 13 on 3rd down, and that's a big thing that Coach Woody's going to want to clean up, that 3rd down defense.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at this, we actually win the passing game, right? We just weren't able to get into the end zone, and I think as you see, we are 5 for 15. They're 8 for 13 on 3rd down. Of course, we want to be better on our 3rd down conversions. Why? Because our 3rd down conversions are the thing that helps us sustain and maintain drives to be able to also help our defense stay off the field, to be able to rest and not wear our defense out.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so average yards per play, 6.2 for FIU. Comparing that to last season's numbers, it's barely better. The Wildcats gave up 6.5 yards per play last year. It's a 73 total plays for FIU. Average yards per completion, 10.6. Average yards per rush, 5.9. That's something you got to clean up. Averaging almost 6 yards per carry, whereas FIU tonight. In the red zone, FIU was 5 for 5. The Wildcats 3 for 5. 3 field goals, and then the 2 times they tried to go for it on 4th down when they failed. Time of possession, FIU 32 minutes, 1 second. Bethune-Cookman 27 minutes and 59 seconds. Both teams turned the ball over 1 time. For Bethune-Cookman, 346 total yards, 241 through the air. And you said it, right? They won the pass game. but only 105 rushing yards, which is right exactly on the amount of rushing yards they had per game last year. The rushing game, outside of a couple runs where really it was kind of sweeps and misdirections, was pretty much shut down by FIU tonight.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that when you're dealing with a quarterback like FIU has that is going to be very disciplined, very composed in the pocket, doesn't make a lot of mistakes, you have to make sure that you are doing what you're supposed to be doing on the defensive side of the ball. To know that that type of quarterback, you need to disrupt the timing, you need to get into their face, you need to frustrate them. So now you are playing your type of ball and you get them out of their rhythm, their flow, and get them out from their game plan. And we weren't able to do that tonight because, I mean, he was just as cool, as Stuart Scott would say, as the other side of the pillow.
And you're talking about Kewan Jenkins. Yeah. So the Wildcats had 5 yards per play, up from 4.7 last year. 10.5 average yards per completion, pretty much even with FIU, but only 3.5 yards per carry. That's got to come up. And it's not going to get easier next week against Miami. But, man, the rushing game, Daryl, has been a black hole these last couple of years under Coach Woody. What's it got to do to improve? Even though the talent, we've seen the talent there. Dennis Palmer last year. I mean, Marquis Johnson looks like a spark plug this year, but what's the offensive line got to do to run block here?
I don't know what we got to do to clean it up, but we've got some bigger guys down there now. I guess the scheme, we got to play more into the scheme, more into the gaps.
Yeah. Some individual performances for Bethune-Cookman. Timmy McClain in his first game as a Wildcat, 18 for 28, 164 yards, 64% completion, no interceptions, no touchdowns. Cam Ransom, just 5 of 10, 77 yards, and no interceptions. Receiving, Javon Ross, 109 yards to lead the charge for BCU. 109 yards on 6 catches. Shaw, before going out with that injury, on a big hit late in the game, where 5 catches for 52 yards. Huggins, 3 for 32. Jenkins, 1 catch for 28 yards. Rushing the ball, Johnson, 9 carries, 76 yards. Scott, 5 for 29, and after that, Rodriguez, just 3 for 9. He didn't see a snap after he fumbled the ball early in the third quarter.
Yeah, I think a few people who I'm really excited to see for when they actually go off. One, Marquis Johnson. I mean, the running game wasn't fully there, but you saw glimmers of hope of what it can be because of his speed. He's able to get outside. He's able to run between the tackles. Now it's just up to the offensive line to be able to get that push up front, to be able to spring him open, to help establish our running game for the remainder of the season.
On defense, Antoine Watts led the Wildcats with 7 tackles. Harris had 6. Sparrow and Lassiter and Stinnett all had 5. White had 4. Thornhill, Gunter, Washburn, and Williams all had 3. Everybody else lower than that. But the big thing on defense, right? You dropped 4 surefire interceptions, and 2 of them might have gone back for 6 if you hauled them in.
Absolutely, and those are the plays that you wish that you had back so you can secure the interception, because those interceptions would have really turned the tide of how this game was. I mean, but what does that say, though? The interceptions, even though the drop interception says that our defense was in the right place at the right time doing what they were supposed to do. Now they just have to secure the ball.
It's a long drive home for us tonight, so let's get your final thoughts, and then we'll wrap up here from Pitbull Stadium. Once again, the Wildcats fall 42-9 as a season opener against the FIU Panthers. FIU beat the Wildcats for the first time in program history. The Wildcats won their first 4 meetings against FIU in 2002, 2003, 2013, and 2014, and it was not to be tonight. I think the landscape of college football has really changed, and it kind of precipitated what the score was this evening.
Yeah, well, I mean, here we are. I think the next step for the Wildcats is to go watch the film, make the needed corrections, put this game behind you, and look forward to the next game, because now the only game that's on the schedule is next week here in Miami against the Miami Hurricanes.
That's going to be a tough one, right? And if you say you can't really take anything from this game, you really can't take anything from next week. But I think it's going to be another test for guys. We want to see individual performances. Who can step up and make some plays, some flashes against a team that is a potential national title contender?
Absolutely, because, you can't go into these games saying that these games don't mean anything. These games will mean a lot to these gentlemen who are going to go out there and compete, because this is where you start to earn your time. This is where you start to earn where you'll be able to get into the game in these crucial moments. So please understand that even though the loss, this game may not have been as pretty as we would like it to be, these young men are playing for their time. And I think we have guys out there like, I love this young man, passionate, he's a firecracker, Steven Sparrow. He goes out there and gives every down his all, and we need more players like him. And I think if we develop that attitude to go out there, man, we're going to give some people some problems.
Johnny, it's I know that it's going to be tough to get you on these broadcasts going forward. Some life changes are coming in for you.
Yeah.
But it's been a pleasure the last 3 years being with you in the booth, and we hope to get you back soon.
Hey, listen, anytime I can get into the booth, trust me, I will be here. You won't even have to ask. I'll just hop on the plane.
Once again, your final score, FIU 42, Bethune-Cookman 9 on a late night here at Pitbull Stadium. Thank you so much for staying with us. My name is Michael Cirillo. For our entire CatEye Network crew, Daryl Latil, Johnny Vickers, thank you so much for listening, and we'll see you next week as the Wildcats take on Miami here in Coral Gables. Good night.
Hail Wildcats.
And hail Wildcats.